consideration of the future of our countries. The dual issues of education and gender equality are indispensable for complying with Agenda 2030 for sustainable development. So you have the floor, Alberto, please.
Okay. Muy buenos días.
Good morning.
Estando en tierra tica, pura vida para todas.
Since I'm in Costa Rica, I'd just like to tell you pura vida. Welcome to this panel on education and equality, human rights, which are central for the Agenda 2030 of Sustainable Development. I'd like to particularly greet Ambassador Charles Viale, and the Director of the Division of Social Development of ACPAC. I would like to introduce all the members of the panel who will be participating in this virtually as well as face-to-face. I'd just like to set the ball rolling by talking about what we have been discussing over these last few days. We have been talking about the consequences and impacts of COVID-19. Now, this morning in particular, I'd like to ask you to think about the challenges of this health and social crisis. Have been very significant for the whole question of education and gender equality. The pandemic has exacerbated gender inequality, and it has deepened inequalities that characterize the educational systems of this region. And this has been reflected in gaps for the continuous of study. Of course, we are in a context of prolonged crisis, and we're going into the third year of the pandemic. And despite a brief recovery in 2021, the situation continues. It has its impact on poverty, inequality, education, and unemployment, and these will be very difficult to recover from. Executive Secretary Alicia Bárcenas pointed out this in the inaugural address. She not pointed out that the pandemic had its impact on education, and we have running the risk of having a lost generation. It is therefore critically important that we, in the short term, have integrated policies that will consider education, health, and the economy with a particular attention. In the medium class, we must look at the historical repercussions of the pandemic, so that we should restructure the educational system, and then we have to go towards resilient solutions. Also use the perspective of gender equality. The pandemic has had a silent and devastating effect on girls, boys, and adolescents in the region. As far as the economy is concerned, the interruption of face-to-face classes has had its adverse effects on the development of capacity. Means to control the virus has led to interruptions in classes, and this has been particularly a hard hit, had its impact on the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. And this means that there's a whole almost an academic year has been passed. The effects of the pandemic have particularly affected girls, boys, and adolescents that have been members of vulnerable communities, such as rural communities, indigenous peoples, Afro-descendants, migrants, and women and people with disabilities. It is expected that the present crisis will widen even further the existing gaps. So mothers and caregivers are also faced with a particular situation with overwork and very few resources to help their children with their schoolwork. The pandemic has shown us the importance of care for sustainability of life, as well as the unjust distribution of the resources for women who are largely responsible for care within plus together with the need to continue to educate their children. Education is a human right, an important part of the Agenda 2030 for its interdependence and positive impact on the compliance with the SDGs, especially with regard to gender equality. Investing in education is an investment in capacity, in human capacity, which is the most important asset for any country and to the achievement of levels of development. We have seen great inequality in resources as well, due to the fact that many of the schools have had to have online courses. We are at an important crossroads when we have the challenge of using the opportunities provided by the crisis to reform our educational system to make them more inclusive and resilient. Now we need to take urgent measures to reform our educational centers, and to do this we have to consider the structural challenges of inclusion, quality and pertinence and relative that educational system had already faced and which have become exacerbated in this pandemic. We have seen a great setback for women in the region with respect to economic autonomy, physical autonomy, and decision-making power. And this has increased poverty as well as decreased resources and exacerbated the unjust distribution of resources. We see that the productive systems of Latin America and the Caribbean are based on sexual division, especially with respect to unpaid work. The men's work is more well valued and better paid without changing. Unless we change existing economic models, growth will not necessarily benefit women. I would not like to dwell too much on this, but I'd just like to give you the opportunity to discuss these proposals. We have a very high-level panel, so I'd just like to introduce at this point those members of the panel who are here, as well as those who will be joining us virtually. We have Claudio Uribe, who is the director of the Regional Office of Education for Latin America of the organization, the United Nations Organizations for Health, for Education, Science and Culture, that is UNESCO. Maria Carmelina Londoño, Vice Minister for Multilateral Affairs of the Ministry of External Affairs of Colombia, who is joining us virtually. Marcela Herrero, Minister for the Condition of Women and Executive President of the National Institute for Women, INAMO of Costa Rica. Nadine Gastman, President of the National Women of Mexico, is also joining us virtually. Maria Noel Baeza, Regional Director for Latin America of UN Women, Oro Women. Lucy Garello, Articulación Feminista of Marcosur, Nora Gonzalez Chacon, focal point of the Group on Education, Science and Technology of the Participation Mechanism of the Civil Society on the Sustainable Development Agenda in the form of the Latin American Caribbean countries on sustainable development. And Mrs. Gesmes, Anna Gesmes, Director of the Division of the Gender Issues of ECLAC. I'd just like to note that you have 7 minutes for your preliminary intervention, and then you'll have 3 minutes for your closing remarks, and then we will open the floor for delegations to make their comments. Charles Hernandez Viales will moderate that section, that part of the panel of this discussion. First and foremost, I'd like to start a discussion on the challenges and opportunities that pandemic has meant for education, and I'd now like to ask Claudio Uribe to tell us in how the pandemic and its effects have had an impact on achieving SDG 4 for education, lifelong education for all. Claudio, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Alberto. Good morning, all. We are in the midst of the worst educational crisis in our history. Never before had our educational systems been so massively impacted, and for such a long time, 170 million girls, boys, and young people had no face-to-face classes for almost 2 complete school years. And despite the enormous efforts deployed by governments to continue education through multiple means, we are aware that many girls and boys were not able to continue with their studies due to a lack of connectivity, a lack of electronic devices, and minutes as well as due to various situations at home. Together with this, there are also limitations to have access to many social services that states typically give to their population through schools. For example, school lunches, through preventive health care, detection of various conditions, and screening of conditions that could affect students permanently if they are not caught early. There's particularly affected have been the smallest children, girls, women, the poorest and most vulnerable. And there has been interruption not only to schooling, but also to lives, dreams, and hopes. I have to look at the far-reaching repercussions and the consequences for education in the region. The studies carried out by various organizations and bodies show that there has been a loss in learning, and that this has been so extreme that in our region we will go from 53 to 70% of girls and boys who will not have achieved the minimum learning to continue with their education and the possibility for participating in productivity of our countries. And of course, this will have very severe repercussions for the future of these generations. And this is not the only dimension of the impact. We also know that the impact of the pandemic due to the closing of schools also has its repercussions as far as mental health, early adult pregnancies, gender violence, and I'm sure that the other members of the panel will be able to mention these. The task of studying and this impact on understanding its repercussions will take us many years, partly because we're not prepared in our information systems in our respective countries to do so, and also because one of the consequences that we anticipate will not be visible until the middle and long term. Our Secretary General was not wrong when he talked about a general catastrophe. However, there's no doubt that the severity of the impact of the pandemic on our system is also due to the fact that we already had very major shortcomings and gaps that go far back as far as concerns quality, equity, and inclusiveness. And like as happens when we have an earthquake, the same strength that causes a slight damage in solid structures causes a collapse in very fragile buildings. And this is the case of our education. Although in 2015, our nations signed on to Agenda 2030, compliance with the decisions of 2020 were still not very clear even before the pandemic. through the ESCO, we have been following the progress of countries in implementation of the Agenda 2030. We have placed this monitoring, and this follow-up has been part of placed in a document which will be published very shortly. And there, in this document, we have expressed our concern about the profound educational crisis that had been apparent in the last 2 years. Indeed, many of the achievements that had been of our countries in the first decade of this century, and we could be visible in notable progress, had already been subject to stagnation, even to stagnation in the second decade. In 2019, in Latin America and the Caribbean, 10.4 million children of the school age were out of the primary and secondary school cycles. We had seen that those who had access to education were not really sure of successfully finishing the obligatory levels of education. For example, 7% of children in primary education were not able to finish. And in the junior secondary level, more than 21% of children did not finish this cycle. And the upper secondary level, 36% of children and adolescents did not finish this cycle.
In November of 2021, at UNESCO, we presented the results of the fourth comparative and explanatory study that was shared by 16 of our countries. We measured the abilities in reading, mathematics, and sciences. And in that study, we found that 45% of grade 3 students hadn't reached a minimum level of understanding and reading. In mathematics, not even 50%. And in grade 6, 69% of the students had not reached the minimal level of reading, and 83% hadn't reached it in mathematics. Less than 1/3 of the students complete primary education acquiring the minimal skills to continue to study. And one thing that's even more concerning was to see that compared to the results that we had obtained in the year 2013, we found that there was a stagnation. There was no progress in the region, and the majority of countries remained the same or were further back, with very few exceptions. In view of this complex scenario, we must pay attention to this and to the financial resources devoted to education. In view of our limited resources, we need renewed attention with particular focus on the dimensions where we identify the greatest lags and where we see the deepest inequities. We need to do this with a gender focus and a focus of equality. Our region has experienced a long period of educational experience. In 2014, investment of 4% of GDP at that time. Then there was a reduction of the financial funds, reaching only 3% in 2019. By the time the pandemic arrived, we've seen concerning signs of the countries where we have information with respect of educational resources. Only 14 of them are below the 15%. We saw how the region mobilized great economic resources and bailout packages. The global analyses that we have show that only 3% of those packages for economic bailout were devoted to education. We know that the resources alone will not be able to solve all of the problems, but without those resources, we will not be able to continue to move forward. Ladies and gentlemen, education in Latin America is going through a decisive crossroads, and the achieving the goals of the SDGs is increasingly uncertain, and an entire region is truly at risk. This implies an urgent call to accelerate reaching the goals established with greater investment, greater social investment, more dialogue, and state capabilities, so as to be able to together move forward and to get out of this terrible crossroads that is risking us all, or placing us all in jeopardy as a region. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Director, for this very interesting intervention that reveals the structural impacts of the crises. As you've mentioned, the importance of increasing investment in education so that the countries of the region can advance in the SDGs. I'd like to invite Marcela Guerrero with her professional trajectory. She has been promoting the empowerment of women. Do you believe that gender equality can enable us to come out of the crisis that came about because of COVID? And what will be the effects that, as you see them, in bridging the gaps that we currently have? Good morning to you all. As a Costa Rican, I would like to welcome you all most warmly to this very important meeting, this Center for Thinking and Reflecting, where we are here together to create different ways of attacking the problem, brothers and sisters, at this time that is truly of such importance, where we are trying to find new forms of thinking about how to address the changes, the challenges facing us, climate change that's having such a great impact on women. We need specific data from territorial areas so as to be able to have multi-level information and to determine the actions that will enable us to, in a differentiated and intersectoral manner, identify the conditions of public policy that need to embrace the conditions of women's conditions of life and how they are dealing with this situation. The commemoration of the International Women's Day lifts the flag on sustainability and gender equality. And this is a sign of the change of era. This paradigm has to be accompanied by the challenges of equality that are definitely tied in to reducing the digital gap in this 4.0 industry. At the same time, to establish once and for all the conditions necessary to generate equality from the standpoint of care, where a series of goals have been set at the country and regional level, particularly in this great partnership in which women will finally have better opportunities to have access to labor markets, to academia, political positions, and to self-care and to the enjoyment of life. This cannot be done if we women continue in roles that are set by the sexual division of work, confining women to private spaces vis-a-vis the tasks that we have to face, caring for dependent persons, etc. In Costa Rica, the last survey on the use of time stated that women devoted 35 hours and 49 minutes specifically on actions and tasks involving care and tasks that had to do with household tasks, whereas men only devoted 13 hours and 42 minutes. And this was before the pandemic. Clearly, as has been said, COVID confined women not just to their condition of caregivers, but also to that of teachers of their children and giving care to dependent persons. This has contributed, obviously, to a much more severe condition, not just in the double and triple tasks that they have to take care of, those that are also in the labor market mean that their daily hours are not nearly enough to be able to take care of themselves. In this sense, the effort that they must undertake to be able to overcome this condition has also been accompanied by situations of gender violence within their households. The question this morning is, how can gender equality overcome the lags and the development path that has been set by the SDGs? In this vein, the National Women's Institute has a policy that's effective for equality between men and women that establishes 4 large axes that are essential for us. Number 1 is fighting the machista and patriarchal attitude that continues to confine this type of gender attitude to go on to a second axis to actively take on a leading role in life and in labor markets. This means that we have been promoting actively that no society will be able to achieve development if women do not participate actively without being horizontally and vertically segregated, that is to say, segregated to the sectors that have traditionally been feminized. We need to populate, colonize the dynamic sectors that have often been defined as gender-based or with the population of only men. One of the important efforts that need to be undertaken as a goal within the SDGs and equality, gender equality, has to do as well with distribution of power. That is to say, the spaces that we have the opportunity to occupy, not just in the public and private sector, but in the decision-making of systems that are representative in the democratic system. To have representation in all of those spaces that have stewardship from a legal standpoint of the rights of women. And in that vein, we must make a substantive effort in the life experience of women. The other large axes for moving forward on this in Costa Rica for gender equality amongst men and women is a new pact amongst societies that encourage a system of caring that places women in a position of equality, where in conditions where women have to populate spaces that has to do with economy, culture, employment, and study opportunities at the same time. For us, from the standpoint of policy and effective attainment of these goals, we are convinced that sustainable development must necessarily have a clear strategy, not just to recover during this post-COVID economy. We need to recover the conditions that increase the quality and experience of women to benefit and in favor of all of those rights that we have been promoting. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Minister, for that intervention. Without gender equality, we will not be able to have sustainability nor sustainable development. And now I would ask the Regional Director of ONU Mujeres, Maria Noel Baeza. Can you please tell us to what extent the pandemic has brought out additional challenges for their workload in the labor market and at home. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation, Madam Minister. Thank you very much for having brought up this topic of education that is so very important for the United Nations. The Secretary General would like to have a summit on education soon, and obviously for us, women, girls, and teenage girls. I'd like to relate to topics that have to do with gender equality and education. The first is caring. 2, violence. 3, early marriage. And 4, new masculinities. We believe firmly that the situation of girls and teenage girls in Latin America was difficult before the pandemic. They suffered from discrimination. Let's not forget that there is still active discrimination through stereotypes of what to study, how to dress, how to behave, and what professional careers to follow. This continues to exist in our families and in society per se. And this is something that of great concern to all of us, because we do believe in equal opportunities and in the human rights of women, that they have the right to study whatever it is that they feel is most appropriate for themselves. With the pandemic, everything has worsened. As the regional director of UNESCO mentioned, I'm not going to repeat what she's already said, but for me, the vicious cycle that has been generated because of the topic of caring and because we have been in lockdown in our households during the pandemic, this has increased domestic violence and an increase in caregiving tasks and not being able to undertake other tasks. Now, an analysis was undertaken in 4 countries of what the experience has been during the pandemic, and we've seen an increase by 1 hour of home activities for women, whereas for men, 7-minute increase, which means that men have not taken on the joint responsibility for caring for the home and children. There's a very, very slow progress here. We cannot speak of 1 hour versus 7 minutes. So it's essential for me and for all of us, and that's why we're working with UNEP, the UNDP, the United Nations, to establish the public-private systems for care that enable women to have the most important factor, that is time, the time in which they can achieve economic independence, where they can participate politically. They can also have idle time, because we have to recognize unpaid work and reduce it, but they also need to have access to idle time. As I said, violence increased, violence against girls, teenagers, and women, and it increased to the extent that we feel that it has become a pandemic and an emergency. We need to deal with it politically. This topic has to be dealt with as it is. It is a national emergency. It's not possible that 4,009 women die every year for the single fact that they are women. This has to do with education, primary education for everyone, and it's essential that we change the society concept of what being a woman means and how women need to be respected, women and men as well, but right now we're speaking of women. I'd also like to tell you that in terms of early marriages and child marriages, our region is the only region of the world that has an increasing number of child marriages and early common law spouses. This is something that requires our action, setting a minimal age for marriage. In some countries, it's 16 years of age. We feel that 18 years of age is a time when a person is much more complete and mature enough to make those decisions. But this is a very, very important topic because it allows us to say, what is it that we have with our infancy and teenage years? We have a tripartite mandate to foster new legislation that protects women, that makes it possible for women to transform themselves and society, because we represent 50% of the population. But we also have a mandate of coordination in the UN, as we're seeing now, as well as an operational mandate. And we've developed a very important project that enables us to understand what is happening at the level of investment in education, particularly in the second opportunity for women who were raped, who were beaten, who had to marry early. They left the educational system. These are the women that we need to recover, that we need to give them a second chance at life. And these are the young, marginalized women that we need to be in touch with, to how to contact them, to teach them that they can finish their educations so that they can get on a path, an entrepreneurial business path for their futures. In Chile, we have a program that's called Where All Women Are Connected. It also implies digitalization of women in our region. We know that only 40% of our women have access to computers, can enjoy being on a computers. The rest use prepaid cell phones where it's precarious, and when the money runs out on it, it's gone. So we need to prepare them for future work, and the future work is based in technology, and obviously in that field there's a masculinization of those jobs, but we need to help women to study professional careers that have an awareness of reading, mathematics, technology, sciences. Obviously, 5 of the SDGs are based on these topics, but number 4 is essential for achieving the economy of women so as to do away with violence, that scourge that affects women, and to change culture and to go to a culture of a new masculinity in which they are responsible, and we educate the men of the future in that joint responsibility for the future. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, directora, por sus palabras.
Thank you very much, Madam Director, for your words, the urgency of moving forward on the care systems, a society of care, an economy of care, a reduction of violence against women, or doing away with these early marriages and common law unions. Now, I would like to invite Deputy Minister Maria Carmelina Londoño, Deputy Minister of Multilateral Affairs of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Colombia. Gender equality vis-a-vis the gender equality rather, says the interpreter, how can we reduce the gaps that exist in this situation? You have the floor, Madam Minister. Thank you very much to each and every one of you. I trust you're having a good day. I'm very honored to join this panel, and with those who took the floor before me, I see that there's a great deal to be done, and I'm very pleased to be able to have heard what I heard so that I can focus my reflections and the reflections from my government on that great question, if gender equality can help us to find a way out of the crisis generated by COVID-19. And as I was thinking of this, it's not gender equity to be able to get out of the crisis, but whether women are able to contribute. Half of the population of the world can contribute to this, and the answer would seem very simple. Yes, clearly. But I think there is a series of issues that have to be dealt with so that that contribution can be viable and transforming. as a result of this, I would like to look at these thoughts through 4 large lines of thought. In other words, what is unsubstitutable about women in economic activity? What type of crisis are we facing in the pandemic? Those who took the floor before me mapped this out very well, and I would just like to add a couple of additional points. But third point would be, how can this bridging of gaps be an essential condition to enable women to see a transformation of their lives during the crisis and what we're experiencing. And finally, experience in the Colombian case that might be useful as good practices, as well as incentives for our countries to continue on that line of reactivation with a gender focus. Obviously, the unreplaceable contribution of women to society, I believe we all must have, the majority of us, I think, has the experience of what a woman represents, what is represented by a woman who's beside us for truly making the most of those experiences. And here, Martha Nussbaum said, we women contribute something that's unreplaceable. However, it's not something that's exclusive of women. But history has shown that empathy, that the ethics of care, that being sensitive to others have been essentially developed by women. And that's part of what the crisis needs, that humanization, that interest in the other, that recursivity, and the story of a mother, of a grandmother, of a sister at times, at difficult times, has shown us that it is we women who have been able to move ahead in spite of the worst crises. Now, within that framework, understanding as well the type of crises that we're facing, where we're not just saying, as the director was mentioning a moment ago, we're not just referring to a tremendous crisis in education, but also it's joined to the loss of jobs, the loss of life, the loss of opportunities, and all of this has meant a loss of hope. We are facing a situation that is almost of lack of hope, because were it not for that ability of women to move forward in very, very difficult situations, and that gives us a light at the end of the tunnel. We think of this history, this story, that we women are able to contribute something that has not been contributed in a scenario where there are no women. This has been shown by many reports and studies. The IMF recently produced results on economic empowerment of women and the direct benefits that are had for inclusive economic development. In the labor market, we know that the average of 35% of GDP is due to the ability of women to add in that point of view that men don't have per se. Only the joint work of both, when women come in to the analysis, to the labor market, to economic growth, can we see such positive results. I'd also like to underscore the increase in productivity related to the expansion of the increase in the number of women in the labor market. At an economic point of view, the presence of one woman in charge of management increases profits between 8 and 13 percentage points. Second, with respect to that increase, diversification in exports through innovative ideas that address those new markets has had a positive impact in the resiliency of economies. Women are also beginning to develop, more notably, business work as the greatest encouragers of the market. And young girls and teenage girls we've seen that amongst them that the increase of the participation of women has shown us that there's a greater participation. That means that an empowered woman is a guarantee that our children, our girls, will have better health and reach better educational levels. With this, I think this has been justified because focusing economic development on women is the most intelligent strategy for us to be able to face the crisis that we are experienced. What has the Colombian state done? I think it's worthwhile to underscore what our Minister of Foreign Affairs and Vice President has done when she says that empowering women has a multiplying effect on the economic development and in having a good economic outcome as we exit the crises. There are four fronts on strategies for economic development with a gender perspective, which has planted an important seed in the country with a greater future on the short term.
First of all, recovery of employment. In Colombia, we have quite a few programs for employment recovery, particularly aimed at women. The strategy, Colombia is having this recovery process with women as part of our national recovery efforts. We aim to for mitigation. We concentrating particularly on most vulnerable women, rural women. And secondly, we are aiming at economic mitigation and recovery through ensuring that women have formal employment. Formalization of employment is especially important for economic recovery of the society. With respect to recovery and formal education in Colombia, we have set up 21 cases of empowered women, and we are very close to having 7 more. We are aiming to guarantee that these economic rights of economic empowerment of women and making more women employable to make them involved in the public as well as the private sectors, especially in those areas where our women are in a greater situation of vulnerability. And apart from this strategy, our macroeconomic policy that is being carried out by the government has held investment of 36 million pesos to have incentive programs that are focused specifically at women. We have also set up 5 different mechanisms for monetary transfers. But of course, we have been concentrating particularly on the empowerment of women. We have more than 6 million women are targeted in this effort. And finally, the Directorate of Presidency, I think that it was already mentioned by the doctor who preceded me, the focus for economic recovery has to close the digital gap and ensure greater opening for educational opportunities or science and mathematics, for example. In the case of Colombia, we have set up special programs to ensure that young women and girls can benefit from empowerment through education. I hope that now in the last part of this session, I'll have the opportunity to talk about some of the concrete figures where more than 800,000 women from Colombia are beneficiaries of educational programs, as well as STEM programs, as well as technical education programs in the field. Thank you. I'd like to thank the Deputy Minister for her presentation and her information on what is happening in Colombia on sustainable development. It is very important to invest in women so it can achieve sustainable development. Thank you. We also have virtually joining us is Nadine Gassman, President of INAMO Mexico, and I'd like to talk to us about the main measures that were adopted as far as education is concerned, and what are the lessons learned and what from this present crisis for the reform of the educational system. Mrs. Nadine Gassman, you have the floor. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. It is a great pleasure to be here. If I'd rather be there with you, I'd like to send you a warm welcome, warm wishes to all of my friends and colleagues. We are very happy that this regional forum is taking place, and I think that it is timely and opportune that this issue is being discussed now. That is this issue that education, which is extremely important for the 2030 agenda. Now, I would just like to tell you that in Mexico, we are convinced that in order to continue to have a quality education, it is important to do so in order to change the present and future of our girls and boys. We had even before the pandemic, we had challenges, as mentioned by our colleague from UNESCO, as with the means of learning and teaching, especially with respect to for the empowerment of women and the higher learning possibilities for women, girls and boys. As was mentioned, the pandemic has changed everything. We are seeing the education for children and adolescents has been affected by the suspension of classes, and we said 32 out of 100 preschool children were not able to attend preschool because of COVID-19. And we see the same trend in the primary level. At the primary level, there was a drop of 15 out of every 100 children. And girls, with respect to the boys, also the secondary level, we have seen a percentage of 84 children who were affected by this. The mothers were the only ones who were helping their children with their school world, and compared to 6% of men, as was already mentioned by Maria Noel. From the beginning of the pandemic, the government of Mexico committed itself to close the gaps in learning and access to quality education in order to avoid the risk of school dropout and other student problems, with especially special attention to girls and adolescents. We set forth the strategy of distant education for at all levels and training teachers to help to teach these children at home. We have had a system of community teaching given in 22 languages. We have also had the challenge of the gradual and scaled return to classes, to face-to-face classes, in keeping with the health, decisions taken by the states and educational authorities for return to classes, as well with the agreement of parents. Also in August 2021, we promised the provisions for face-to-face education for low, middle, and higher education, and we have 280,000 schools were opened with almost 1,000 students. We stress the importance of opening the school, not only because of the importance of learning, but also because of the question of socialization of girls and boys and for their mental health. We have seen in Mexico that education is a whole, it must be seen as a whole. It is important, therefore, to ensure teaching, especially for early childhood and adolescence, children and adolescents who are in a situation of greater vulnerability. So with the with the government of President López Obrador, we set up the Benito Juárez scholarships. They were not suspended during the pandemic, and they give direct resources to 6 million young children who represent 60% of the so it is very important to maintain scholarships and maintain education in and keep the education school facilities open. And this is part of National Equality Program. It is a central part of our program, our national program of education. And it is also a program that is preferably aimed to at the citizenry. We see the importance of education in the life of women, girls, and young and adolescent girls. In this program, we have more than 360 actions in which we try to eradicate stereotypes that are seen at all educational levels, and to make the talent of girls and adolescents and young girls, women, more visible, and make sure that they have access to equal educational possibilities. The pandemic also showed up the urgent need to reconsider on a long stage the education and national educational system. So from the beginning of the middle of last year, we started work on transforming our national education system at all its base levels, basic, middle school, primary, secondary. Of course, this is a 15-year period from basic to secondary. So we have tried to do away with the patriarchal, colonial, Eurocentric, racist models of the education system, and to generate discriminatory and violent practices that affect the integral development of girls and young women. And this transformation, this creation of the new Mexican education system in UN Women, in Mujeres, we are trying to integrate the general perspective in the content and the practices, as well as educational relationships, so that they can be based on substantive equality and non-discrimination between men and women. And this educational reform is seeking, from a gender perspective, that the gender perspective be incorporated in all of the school curricula through the principle of gender equality. And we have had quite a bit of progress in doing so. We have had consultations to review and strengthen the new curriculum, the proposed new curriculum, to ensure that girls, young women, and young adults will have a be able to take decisions and to secondly, we want to have the active participation and leadership of girls and adolescents, it's being in the STEM programs, and also to promote inclusive education, which allow us to assess the social circumstances of each student. A second question that we have been dealing with the Education Ministry, is to see sexual harassment and raising in the educational system. We have had a diagnosis of the situation. We are now implementing the results of this analysis in more than 500 educational institutions. And finally, a last question, which we consider to be extremely important and which was touched to some extent, it's a question of early adolescent pregnancy, the prevention of this, as well as the eradication of child pregnancies. In fact, we have seen in the pandemic, we have seen a greater number of cases of sexual violence. We also have a national system for the prevention of adolescent teen pregnancies, and this has also been incorporated in the educational and health sectors. And in National Institute for Women, we have a fund for the women's well-being and promotion, and we all of the states of the Republic in order to have actions such as in schools to strengthen and promote leadership among adolescents. And we also have other actions on stream which I could share with you at another time. I just like to say that from the educational standpoint, from the on our part of our policy of gender equality, we want to prevent the violence and ensure gender equality. This is extremely an interesting intrinsic part of our new approach for education in Mexico.
Muchas gracias, señora.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Nadine Gassman, for participating, for stressing the importance of increasing efforts and investment in education. We think this is an important tool for going towards sustainable development and eradicating equality. Now we have Mrs. Lucy Garrido from Marcosur Feminist Articulation. Is going to talk about how we can work synergetically in order to ensure the economic, physical, and decision-making power of women and girls can be promoted. You have the floor, Lucy.
Bueno, obviamente soy de la sociedad civil.
Obviously, I am from civil society, and for us, but at least for myself, because at this time no one can talk on behalf of others. But the best way to go to see how we can work synergetically to comply with the SDGs has to do, especially with concerned education, has to do with the participation of women, of citizens, of people in general. This does not mean, however, that this is a very easy task. We see societies make progress despite walls that are built. And the Berlin Wall fell. I talked about this in a few days ago in a seminar in my country. When the Berlin Wall fell, there are 6 walls in the world. Now there are 76, even including the fact 63 walls in the fact that the Dominican Republic is also building more in our region to keep out hate. Apart from these walls that Latin America is not participating in, we also had administrative walls. And as a journalist, I heard about this by UNICEF and HIAS. I participated in it. We see that 393 women, girls and boys were affected in our region. These children were displaced, refugees, and immigrants. And what did they say? They said one of the greatest types of violence that they have experienced in their situation of displacement, because many of these are migrating alone, all alone. And they are minors, they are adolescents, they are girls. These girls say that apart from the fact that they're stigmatized and discriminated against because there is this gosoforania, whatever words that they're called, names that they're called, they come up against administrative walls. Your Venezuelan girls sometimes cannot even go into school because their administrative situation is not clear. And despite this, I was convinced that in Latin America and the Caribbean, all throughout the world, but in our region, I always thought that education was a basic human right that we respected. No. In our region, girls and adolescents can be prevented, can be blocked from having access to school, from having education. And the answer is, well, if you ask if this is possible, I am ashamed to say that yes, it is possible. I say that it is societies that make carry out change. And if you look at the example of Chile, what what did the people vote for? They voted for women and for change. Let us happened 10 days ago in Colombia when the Constitutional Court ruled in favor of the right of women to have abortions, so that women should not be thrown into prison for having had an abortion. This is progress. Sometimes we're not aware of this sometimes. So I think that we have to give ideas. We have to be beside people. I remember when I was very young and I started to become a feminist, and it was, and one question was, how many feminists do you need to change a light bulb? And they said, oh, you need 52 women. One who was the one who actually changed light bulb was somebody else who held the ladder, and the others would be exchanging their experiences on changing light bulbs. So that is that methodology, that way of working that we thought very funny was actually good, because from exchanging experiences, feminists actually changed light bulbs and ended up changing the world. And of course, all of you are part of this. So, as an Uruguayan, I must talk about secular school, the importance of secular education and the changes that means, because secular education is the only means that we can fight against setbacks, the setbacks that you have also mentioned, the setbacks that we see in our own countries, setbacks like such as the law that has in Guatemala, that we see in Guatemala. It happened at the same time that there was a law in the ruling in Colombia. And I think this is a wonderful time in a school, a rural school in Uruguay, a small school, very small school. I'm sure you have those small schools almost everywhere. So you have the Uruguayan flag. There is you have a palm tree. You have one or two horses. Sometimes you have some children coming on horseback, and then a child. The teachers' school, and of course, 20, 30 children are in class in this rural school, and of course, the school is called Tania Belén. And during this pandemic, not all of the classes were completely closed, because from months in Uruguay, they had fared to face-to-face classes. And the situation was horrible, but it was not as bad as other countries, because there were still some students did go, although there were 2 complete semesters they were not able to attend. So the children in the school were asked to ask about science, about pandemic, and all of them talked about researchers, biologists, and others. Not one woman was mentioned, not one. So the teacher asked them, why didn't you know? And they said they did not know women who were scientists. They only knew their mothers or someone. They did not know any other woman who was doing anything useful. And this is what they were saying. So Tania Belén, the teacher, tried to find women who were scientists, women who were making important contributions. And she found hundreds of women, senior young women, less than 40 years old, and children, young women who were in science. And this convinced these they visited the school, and the children talked about them. And when they visited the school, they said, oh, they are actually alive. They thought that all the scientists were dead. So this live scientists, it was riddled with questions from the children. And the result of these talks and these interviews is that the teacher wrote a book which she published called Who Are They? Who Are They? And she just chose 12 of these to tell their stories. And now we have jurists in my country There are children in my country who live in the country who now can dream of becoming scientists. Before this, they had no idea. So this is what is equality in education is about. This is what is gender equality is about. This is what we need. We need this, in our educational systems, because between this and the time when I was going to the school, and my last year was doing embroidery. I was in a secular school, but it was very machista, and I had to do girls had to do embroidery. So the boys did something else. So, but now there are teachers, female teachers, like this Tanya Belen from the rural school that I mentioned. There are teachers who are feminist teachers. When did this happen? And this is what we have in many of our countries, groups that are called feminist teachers who are changing education. And if Tanya Belen had the initiative, took the initiative on her own to do, what would have happened if the state had taken this initiative? If the state had invested in this, there would have been many Tanya Belens. And I know that there are many Tanya Belens in your countries. What would have happened if there would have been a budget for change? Because these changes are going to happen whether we want it, some people want it or not. In fact, these changes are already happening. And this is what we have to aim to. This is the sort of thing that we cannot ignore, because we need an education, as Nadine said. We need an education that is anti-racist, anti-sexist, and more than anti, we need an education which is in favor of equality, pro-happiness of people, pro-freedom. And for this reason, we need equality. And inequality is the horizon that we need to strive to in Latin America and the Caribbean. And it was said, equality is what we need to strive for. And if we look at the pandemic, and if what we had before the pandemic was inequality, if we have not learned that what we have to strive to is equality, well, we cannot learn anything, and we do not read to live we don't deserve to live where we're living. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señora Lucy Garrido.
Thank you so much, Lucy Garrido, for your interesting expose on from the situation of the civil society. It's very important for us to achieve gender equality in our region. And now to close, I'd like to ask Nora Gonzalez Chacon, also representative of civil society. She'll be talking about, could you talk to us about the aspects as far as education is concerned, and how the pandemic and its repercussions have affected the prospects of achieving the SDGs and for promoting quality lifelong learning for all. Nora Gonzalez, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Alberto, for introducing me. I'd like to greet all of the other members of the panel and as all of the government authorities, as well as representatives of international organizations, civil society organizations, and all participants, as well as everyone who is connected through social media. I am a representative voice of the mechanism of the civil society of Latin America and the Caribbean. And this panel, which is looking at the link between education and gender issues, I have the honor to transmit to you in this 7-minute period that has been allotted to me, the contributions on gender equality and education that have been professionally and very carefully developed by a group of colleagues. The ideas that I'll be referring to in response to this question So as I said, the ideas are based on consultations held with organizations, the mechanisms that are presented, as well as many ideas that came out of the meeting of the Forum of the Civil Society Organizations in Latin America, which took place last Sunday. Now, there are some ideas in which I will begin my presentation, and I just like to refer to what has happened and the situations that are a threat to the compliance with the SDGs. Now, the first thing that is preventing us from achieving the SDGs and education, SDG 4, has to do with deepening economic, social, political, and gender inequalities.
This is a structural inequality that has a deep and special effect on women. And as our dear Alicia Bárcena said on Sunday at the civil society meeting, this is a structural problem that is mediated by patriarchal system. The second is access to education, immediate access to education to girls and teenagers at preschool, and this has become invisible, and this is a population that has had to stay at home because they don't under the care of women who don't even go out and look for jobs because they know they're not going to get it. The third point is the asymmetries in access to health care, which has become terrible for women because they know they're not going to have access to that health care because countries do not have, because of economic reasons, are providing access at the regional level because they're not producing the knowledge themselves. So when we speak in this context of structural problems, and the question has to do with education that's quality, equitable, and inclusive, the problem is that we have a shortage of, or the impossibility of fulfilling all of this because we're facing a structural problem of education in Latin America. There are inequalities, there are economic inequalities because of the poverty, gaps between rural and urban, between different populations in the same society, in the same community. There are inequalities on gender between public and private. There's also a gap in terms of the participation, the possibility of taking part in the economy, unemployment, specifically young people and women in general, and young women in specific. When we speak of inclusivity, we would like to repeat that we've seen a deepening of gaps in terms of the exclusion of this population of women specifically, as well as the poorest populations and the most vulnerable populations of each of our societies. There's no access to internet. And since there's no access to internet within this context, that means there's no access to knowledge. And thus, it's impossible to promote education in the way that we could think about it when we think about an education that could be hybrid. It's not equitable. There's been a deepening of the education pre-pandemic, which is an education that is characterized by values that are absolutely patriarchal, a banking system that has deepened, and I repeat, deepened the inequality of women. Now, with respect to quality, we've seen that education that responds to standards that are not the standards that reflect our reality in Latin America and the reality of each of our countries, and this has been maintained. There is no access to education face-to-face or virtual because of a lack of connectivity. There is no access also because of the adaptations that different populations need, nor is there access to the educational system, specifically and in deep terms, access to higher education. We have some proposals that we would like to make to you at this forum. The first is that we need to redimension education as a human right in all stages of training, including university, and encompassing cycles of life from birth to the elderly ages. Education with gender perspective that's cultural, emancipating, transforming, not patriarchal, that's decolonized, nor is it it must also be lay, accessible, and it should not be charity, and with a budget that's guaranteed. We need to have access to the internet as a human right. Connectivity in this sense will be a good and a public service that is guaranteed by the states. We need to eliminate the repressive tax system or fiscal system and go to the 2015 Chion agreement to have a minimum 15% of GDP and a minimum amount devoted to education. We need to ratify ILO Convention 169 on harassment and adopt measures of protection for girls and women so as to reduce violence, gender-based violence, which implies investing, addressing, and including legal advice that is free and application of effective justice. We have challenges. One of the challenges, and much has been said about this, and that is to build a new social contract, less neoliberal and more modern, with a focus of human rights and protection of the different forms of life, so as to promote jobs and special state policies such as investment in the economy of care and the elimination of salary gaps, labor gaps. We need to recognize as priority populations the need to address the needs of people who are in conditions of poverty, who live in the streets, excluded from the education and economic system, women, migrants, refugees, workers, girls, boys, and teenagers, the elderly, indigenous peoples, Afro-descendants, HIV populations, and sex trade workers, LGTB, and people in precarious situations, autonomous workers, and the domestic workers of the informal economy. We need to produce knowledge that goes hand in hand with democratic access to education at the university level that's public and free of charge, as well as quality education. We need to promote cooperation amongst countries to generate access to internet and devices, vaccinations or vaccines, and because of a lack of regional policies for properly dealing with migrants, we need to change that situation. Cooperation amongst countries must take into account civil society organizations. A great deal has been said about the relationship, the public-private relationship, and we as civil society would like to say that if that is fostered in that way, please don't leave civil society out. We are well coordinated very specifically and specially in different areas, and undoubtedly we are also very well organized at the regional level. Now, on the topic of education, what are we proposing? We are proposing free, quality, lifelong education at all levels and for all people who inhabit the nation, including topics of sexuality, gender, forms of violence, mental health. Also include life cycle and aging as part of life. We need to encourage and stimulate the education of girls, boys, teenagers, and prevent sexual abuse, teenage pregnancy. What is one of the great threats that we see? That there's a trend to privatizing education because of this topic of the public-private partnerships and because of the way in which large corporations devoted to profiting from education have had, and how the deep-rooted systems that we have in the region, and this has implied a standardization of the standards for measuring education that respond to non-regional standards. European ones are used, such as the OTI, that measure the quality of our education on the basis of PISA tests that are applied there to measure our education systems according to their standards. We believe that we need to have an economic reactivation that reinforces school models. Specifically, we need to change if we want to have an economic reactivation and generate new gender-inclusive conditions. We need to change school study plans and curricula and introduce gender topics to the study plan, because if there is no cultural change, there will not be gender education, nor will there be economic reactivation. And in closing with the analogy that Lucia was giving us in terms of the light bulb, I think time has come to change to new light bulbs in new houses. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Nora Gonzalez Chacon for her wonderful presentation on civil society and how important those new light bulbs are, and commitments of to human rights such as education, gender equality. Thank you so very much. And now I'm going to, in my moderator's cap, to speaking about education and gender equality. Before giving the floor to the participants of this panel, I'd like to recognize very briefly, thank the social work undertaken by Alicia Bárcena, Executive Secretary in this of ECLAC, for what she's done in this region. I know this is her last forum. Alicia, what you've done is incredible in a region where inequality prevails in the region. It's the most unequal region in the world. On Monday, you reminded us of what we need to do to grow. We need to be equal in order to grow equally. And we need to do away with the deficiencies and the shortages of those inequalities. A few years ago at the conference on inequality and social development, you spoke of a turning point in ECLAC's work on things that I'm sure that ECLAC will actually miss you tremendously and perhaps never be the same without you. So thank you so very much for everything that you have done for all of us through ECLAC. And now to continue with this, I would like to give our panelists to address in 3-minute interventions because Anna has a closing for this panel. But this is the question I put to you all: how to position gender equality in education as a fundamental element for social and economic development of the region with human rights at its core. You have the floor, Madam. Alberto, thank you so very much. Very short messages. The first is to reiterate what you said, Alberto, at the beginning of this panel. The educational crisis has been silent. We must change that. We have to give it a voice and up the volume so that all educational actors, all social actors can hear the message that we need to act. Message number 2 has to do with the fact that our window of opportunity to be able to avoid having the damage that we are experiencing become irreversible. The time is short. We must act today. If we don't do so, all of the projections that we have of school dropouts, of teenage pregnancies, of all of the social implications that we still have before us, there is still time to revert those trends. We can analyze that and have arguments from an economic point of view, such as what the World Bank has done with different organizations, estimating that with the consequence of closing schools, here students run the risk of losing $17 billion in present value in the total income that could be perceived throughout their lifetimes, equivalent to 14% of the current world's GDP. We could also estimate the cost of not reactivating economic, or rather educational activity, taking into account its relationship with many other associated economic sectors, such as the transportation, services, food, the paper industry, the technology, the uniform sectors, amongst many other services and industries and economic activities that are reactivated if we reactivate education. From another standpoint, we can also analyze the implications of school closures on women's employment. Many of the panelists have referred to this, and the implications that this has, not just for opportunities for women, but also for family income in general. But also, and most importantly, how can we imagine a future and a development of our region if we don't have the human skills and knowledge to be the driving engine behind that development? We definitely need to put this topic in our discussions on all reactivation plans, and with the awareness that it will not be possible if we don't invest in and reactivate our educational sector. This is going to be decisive for attainment of the 2030 SDGs and goal number 4 of the SDGs. And with that, I would close my final remarks. Thank you very much. Claudia, thank you so very much for having been a part of this panel. Minister Marcela Guerrera, you have 3 minutes for your closing remarks as well. You have the floor. Thank you. The definite effort that we must make for enjoying equal conditions amongst men and women, particularly for incorporating women, is the challenge behind goal 4.0, how to promote actions and promote inclusion, girls and teenagers in university studies. Policies and even hostile policies need to be reverted so that girls are willing to study higher education. This is associated to the social standards of gender that are installed in some activities and occupations that are more associated with feminine and women alone. A cultural change in this means that we need to generate public policies that have an effect on gender activity in families, education, in the media, and this has to do with the little visibility of women in leadership positions so as to do away with those stereotypes. We have to make women's participation visible in the use and enjoyment of science and technology, but essentially in making the most of the arenas in which they can be leaders and they can be outstanding. The incidence of this in the curriculum and study plans at all levels need to offer processes and contents that are that train everyone, that are free of stereotypes, so that we make women's participation more visible. Analysis of the androcentrist study plans and the lack of models that are visible currently can lead to the existence of an educational gender gap. This is a horizontal segregation, and we must foster participation of women and girls in technology and science, because the barriers are aimed at them from very young years. The studies conclude on the pertinence of developing strategies as a part of the vocational orientation of schools, so that they consider the current needs in the labor field with a gender perspective, as is required in the labor market related to these disciplines. At the university level, scientific research organizations, we see that there is no visibilization of the contribution of professional women in whatever careers they're in. Initiatives are still spontaneous, and there's no articulating guideline or directive that integrates that work. At this level, work is related to the need to reviewing the standards that exclude women, to have their inclusion and to take into account their relevance. And this has to do with promoting technical digital work for women. We need to promote incorporation of women in companies, in research centers, by selecting staff that in a much more inclusive way, and in promoting equal opportunity, as well as to provide greater visibility to the achievements of feminine or women's talents. We also must reconcile labor and family work. Formalizing caregiving activities is very, very important, and this will enable women to take on a leading role both in industry, in economic sectors, in economic activity, as well as at home, and thus achieve 4.0. Thank you very much to the minister, and we would give the floor now to Maria Noel Besa. Thank you very much. This has been a wonderful panel, a very wealthy panel. I'd like to underscore 7 points. Why do we want education? Well, we want education for the respect of all human rights, particularly for the respect of women's human rights, so that we are able to peacefully coexist in democratic societies in our region. Civic, democratic education must be a part of education at the basic education and for peace, so as to do away with these stereotypes. Education to once and for all do away with gender violence, and this is required at basic education levels, and that's why education is so important. Education for equality and parity in everything. We are tired of quotas. We are tired of being marginalized. We want parity in everything, and for that we need to educate men and women too. Education for health, for sexual education and reproductive education is essential. It's fundamental that we have gender and sexual and reproductive education in grade school, so that girls know that saying no is no. And for mobility is essential for reduction of poverty, for reduction of all intercultural aspects, education for the world of work, focusing on sciences, technology, and maths. And finally, education with the 3 R's: recognize, reduce, and redistribute unpaid work that falls so much to women in our world. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your participation in this panel. And in closing, I would give the floor to Maria Carmenina Maria Carmelina Lodoño from Colombia, the Deputy Minister. You have the floor. Thank you very much. In my previous intervention, I would join my co-panelists that there will not be economic and social recovery without women. We are half of the population of the world. We need to be leading players together with men in public and private sector. So a closing of gaps in our region needs to prioritize three fronts. One, fostering education as a precondition that is necessary for access to the other rights and guarantees of women, and if necessary, with affirmative action as is required in the region for girls, teenagers, and women. Of this, many examples have been given in the panel, so I will not repeat them. Number two, empowerment, economic empowerment of women. All of the aspects that I gave in my previous intervention, I think we need to underscore some of the programs that have been adopted by the Colombian government to increase that economic empowerment, systems of credits that are given to women. It's not enough for a rural woman does not have the same access as an urban woman. We need systems for business persons who are women, a system of public procurement for women's companies, gender-based bonds. Colombia was chosen together with the United States to be one of the champions for empowering women through these women's bonds that finance women in business to have financial inclusion and to have financial independence of women, giving them loans so that they can have access to these novel loans to be able to start up their businesses primarily in rural areas. And thirdly, and this is very important, I think, economic recognition and social recognition of care tasks. We cannot renounce these caregiver tasks. What kind of a society would we be if that had to be set aside? There is a value there. The mother who held up a house and who maintained all of her children and who was a nurse to her elderly parents. And in this pandemic and in the lockdowns, isolation, these are tasks that naturally need to be shared by men and women. It's also true that a gender perspective also needs to rescue and maximize the recognition of caregiving activities, economic and social recognition. And that importance of recognition also goes through the language that we use because of public policies and the budgets that recognize the importance of those caregiving activities. Are we going to say that it's less important for a mother to take care of her baby, or that support these school activities of children, or that they become teachers in rural school? No, those policies need to be directed precisely to economic empowerment and affirmative action and policies that generate reconciliation between the labor market and home activities so that we have a society where we can actually experience and live gender equity in our society. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Deputy Minister, for your valuable participation from Colombia in well-being. Ana Guzman from Mexico sends her greetings to everyone. And now I would give the floor to Lucy Garida from civil society. You have your 3-minute closing remarks. Well, I wanted to draw your attention to something that's very important. Here we've spoken a great deal about resources, funding. Women's organizations, feminist organizations of our region also need resources to work, resources to generate resources. The work that we do unpaid in households is also being done for free in the streets. And there's a contribution that must be made. And something that's been achieved in this framework of ECLAC is a regional fund for support to organizations and women's organizations and organizations of feminists. This regional fund has to have funds. So we call on the ministers here present today to please remember that there's a regional fund that will even be an example to the world. We have the Consensus of Montevideo. That's a document that's most advanced in rights, and everyone quotes it. We produced it. We produced it within the framework of the ECLAC's conferences. Now we have a regional fund that has a steering committee made up of government, civil society, and a technical secretariat where we've got UN Women, ECLAC. This is unique in the world. No one else has it. We need to make it grow and take it seriously, because this is more money, more financing for change in our region. Finally, I wanted to say that the society of care that we want to reach will only be attained through education, and education under equal conditions for every girl and every boy. If we don't have decent, true, real budgets for education, then all of this is a story. This region is tired of stories. We have wonderful legends in this region, but let's not pay attention to stories anymore, to the legends of to the stories of the past. We have civil society here that's watching us, that's looking at public policies and seeing where we're moving forward and where we're not. And that's good. It's good to take action. It's good to be monitoring, to be making agreements, to lift your head and to agree that we need to leave the household. Let's make the changes. And that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much, Ms. Garrido, for your participation in this panel. And I'd just like to note that education and gender equality requires resources and fiscal and social pacts to achieve financial sustainability. At this point, I'll give the floor to Nora Esteban, and also a representative of civil society, for her last 3 minutes. Go ahead, please, Nora. Thank you very much. I just like to go back on some ideas that I already mentioned. And the first of these is that we need to create our own indicators to measure the quality of education. And these can go hand in hand with the external indication from international organizations and other external ones. I think it's all well and good. But the absence that we have, the absence and the criticism that I noted first, what we notice is an absence. In Latin America, we do not have our own indicators for assessing the quality in keeping with our own structural conditions. I think that based on this, once we have these conditions in place, then we can have dialogue with the other indicators that can be counteracted or compared. I think that at the regional level, we have to promote economic strategies that will deal with and measure the different migrations, and can deal with some types of partnerships that will allow for equal access to internet. We must have budget allocations for education, and this goes hand in hand with the idea of seeing education not only as a service, but to give real value to education. Education is indeed essentially a human right, and I'm calling upon all of the governmental authorities represented here that when they refer to education, that they should talk about education as a human right. They shouldn't just say education. Education is, I repeat, a human right. And if we lose sight of this, we are opening the possibility for creating conditions of privatization that we are seeing a growing trend towards this region. We do not want to open the door to multilaterals who are are trying to play with this right, this human rights to education. States have an obligation. It is not up to private enterprise to do so. So this is here in this forum, and I'm making an appeal to you. I think that we have to review the contents of the curriculum across the board at all levels, all educational levels, primary, secondary, university education. It must include gender considerations and cross-cutting sessions. And if we want to recover, we want economic recovery, economic reactivation, we have to include all women, especially the women in vulnerable situations. If we do not have a change of mentality, what we are going to have is a continuation of activity that aim at economic gain, but which do not really solve the problem. So that is what I have to say. Thank you. Thank you very much, Nora, for your a few words on this question of education and gender equality as central human rights for Agenda 2030. I'm a guest director of the Division on Gender Issues of ECLAC. Will speak to this. You have the floor, Anna. Thank you very much, Alberto. Good morning, all. Alicia Bárcena, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, reminded us 2 days ago that we're faced with a real change of era where we see structural problems are coming together with very serious economic situation problems. We have many challenges in this region, but we are also faced with many opportunities to center our attention on equality, social justice, sustainability, democracy, and peace. She noted that, and I quote, I'm convinced that it is possible for this region to speak with one voice in the face of these challenges that we have to assume at this crucial time. This is a model of that has shown its structural weaknesses and takes us away from achieving the SDGs. There is no doubt that gender equality and education are objectives of the Agenda 2030, and that they are closely interlinked and will have a positive impact on all of the other SDGs. Apart from this, they are human rights, fundamental human rights. And today, it is more urgent than ever that we have equal access and have universal guarantee of these rights. In the panel, we have dealt with in detail of the existing inequalities in educational systems. It has been very interesting in this panel to hear about the interconnectedness between education and care systems that are still inexistent in our region, as well as the impact of the long closure of schools in the region, not only on girls and boys, but also with respect to economic autonomy and the participation of women. We need to have a decade of action to transform development models. We have just been commemorated the 8th of March, and I just like to remember that women should be considered first and foremost. Most women are health givers in the region. Most of the caregivers in the region are also women, as well as female teachers. Female teachers from García Mistral and Ms. Beleng, the Uruguayan teacher that Lucy talked about us. Indeed, these were the first to set up the feminist organizations in the region 100 years ago. The right to education, the right to vote were the motivation leading many women to take to the streets to demonstrate. So I think it is extremely important the work that they're doing with women teachers in the front line. Of course, I remember the director of UNESCO saying that we should raise the volume, cry aloud on the importance of UNESCO. We talked about the importance of this change of era and how we can link this to the impact of climate change. it was noted the possibility of reducing the digital gap. Let us have more women in innovative sectors, in the STEM culture, and as well as in the 5.0 revolution, all of the digital system. Let us grow for and innovate to have greater equality. And that is what we are talking about. Nadine Gassman, the president of Mujeres from Mexico, reminded us that it is fundamental to have educational institutions and schools, and it is important for gender equality. She noted in her intervention, which will be sent to us in writing, she said that UN Women and Unimujeres in Mexico are working together. In Colombia, the Vice Minister of Multilateral Affairs, Mrs. Londoño, talked about the importance of the important role of women in innovation, but as well as resilient women as protagonists, and the need to close educational gaps as far as concerns care and giving as well as financial and economic considerations. Laura Gonzalez and Lucy Garrido talked threw out challenges to us. They said that it's important to have the participation of women's organizations, including the funding of these organizations, and so that we could have better standards. And education is a human right, and we must have education which is secular in nature and which represents the variety of peoples in our region. The director of the region, office of UNESCO in the region, talked about the impact that educational shortcomings had and the risk that we are confronted with. That is a generational catastrophe. Claudia said that we have to raise the volume and we have to take action and we have to give new generations of possibilities to come out of this crisis. Our dear friend Maria Noela, regional director of UN Women, talked about the importance of gender equality in all of the work of the United Nations and the importance of this for Agenda 2030. She talked about the violence, this silent pandemic, especially also in schools, and the persistence of harmful practices such as early pregnancy and child marriages. She said it is important to do away with the privilege, machista, male-oriented privileges, and that we should involve women in dealing with this question of masculinity, that will do away with and challenge violence. It is important to include sexual education in these efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that we must see this crisis as an historic moment, as was stated by transformative recovery, which characterized of sustainability and equality. We must have educational self-care and decent work. We must have full and effective participation of women as well as equality, as Alicia Bárcena has shown us throughout her work in ECLAC. We must look at equality, that must be our aim. This is the aim that we need to strive towards decisively. It must be substantive equality. We have the formal equality that exists in all of our legislations and constitutions. They all talk about this, but we must go towards substantive equality. And one of the solutions to do this is to invest in gender equality, the empowerment and equality of women and girls, and the right education are a precondition to do this, and they are a means of doing this, and they're a catalyst for sustainable development. We need a social pact with systems of social protection, as we had stated in our last social overview, so that this be integral, sustainable, and resilient. We need resources. We need a new fiscal contract, a new fiscal compact, which will give financial sustainability to these systems of protection, social protection with sufficient flexibility. Of course, investment in education and digital inclusion, systems of care, and employment is not only necessary in our region, but there's no doubt that it is one of the most intelligent investments that we could undertake. But we also need a statistical pact. We talked about this yesterday. We had Juan Daniel Oviedo, who, and we had also Marco Lavagna from Argentina. We had Graciela Marca de Lehi. We need to break the statistical silence. We need to have better and more disaggregated, geo-referenced, and reliable statistics that will deal with this style of development, which will leave no one behind, no woman, no girl, no one, no person should be left behind. We must not forget that promotion of women is progress for all of the society. The pandemic has underlined this link between the care for persons and the environment. We need to reverse social and gender inequality and synergetically with the environmental situation. We must place emphasis on sustainability of life and the planet. In the panel, we have stated that we have to go towards the society of care as an aim and as a path. We must recognize dependence between people and productive sectors and the society, and put what is important to the very center, that is sustainability of human life and our planet. And this is our paradigm, and this indeed will be the theme of the next regional conference on women in Argentina. As was mentioned by Minister Gomez Alcorta, we are organizing this in coordination with UN Women, and we are then going to rethink the patterns of production, consumption, and distribution, and rearrange our finances towards a real economy. This pattern has invited us to go towards a style of development which is based on equality, substantive equality. Our aim is society of care. Our aim is full guarantee to the right to education. And this is a very, very hopeful, hope-producing adventure. On behalf of Alberto Arenas and on my own behalf, I'd like to thank you very much, and we hope to reiterate our gratitude to our Executive Secretary Alicia Bárcena for having put what really is important at the very heart of the thing, that is sustainability of life, human rights, and the society of care, towards which we are all aiming, and which gives with a sense of urgency, not only it is not only a partnership where we want to have states and people and the private sector to come into. Of course, we want women's organizations, civil society, and here, and no doubt. And there we're talking about a real in-depth cultural and educational change, and a change which is civilizing. I hope that this will make us all better people. Good morning to all of you. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Ana.
Thank you very much, Anna. I would like to thank once more all of the distinguished panelists who have spoken about gender equality, for all of your input. So we now open the floor for comments from delegations. Thank you very much, Alberto. I'd like to congratulate all of the panelists. This has been indeed a very fruitful panel discussion with very updated data, very important points made, concerns expressed. So there is no doubt that today's panel on education and gender equality has indeed been very positive and well managed. Now, continuing with the program, we will now have delegations wishing to take the floor. We'd like to invite delegations to take the floor. You can do so by raising. We already have two previous requests. for the floor. I therefore give the floor to the delegation of Guatemala first.
Muy buenos días,
Good morning,
autoridades presentes,
authorities, delegates,
representantes de
representatives
gobierno y
of
sociedad civil.
governments and civil
Para
society.
Guatemala,
For
los
Guatemala,
esfuerzos de la
the efforts
institucionalidad
of
pública y diversos
public
sectores
institutionality
de
of
la sociedad,
various sectors of the
academia,
society,
migrantes y
academia,
sector privado,
as well as the private
progresivamente se
sector,
han sumado a la
have
visión de país para el
joined
desarrollo
the
integral y
contribution
pleno de
for
las
full
y los
in
guatemaltecos.
full and integral
Actualmente se realizó
development.
un informe de
Right now,
evaluación
we're
a
having
las 10
an
prioridades
evaluation
nacionales de
assessment
desarrollo,
report for the
donde se puede
national
observar
priorities
el
for
avance a
development, where we
nivel
can see
macro,
progress at the
considerando
macro
el
level,
aspecto
considering
presupuestario en el marco de las
budgetary
políticas
considerations
públicas
as well
y la
as
cooperación
public
internacional,
policies,
con la
also
finalidad
considerations
de
of international
generar insumos
corporations. What
que
we try to do
tomen
is to
que
generate the
faciliten la
inputs
toma
which
de
will
decisiones
facilitate
hacia
decision-making
la ruta del
processes
desarrollo del
as we
país.
go towards greater development.
En el tema de la
If
prioridad
our
de
country, as
educación,
far
el
as priority
análisis de la
education,
estimación de
then
los
the
resultados
analysis
de la
of the
implementación
results
han
of the
tenido como
implementation
objetivo
of our efforts
garantizar el
has
acceso a la
been aimed
educación
at
sin
guaranteeing
discriminación,
access
incluido el
to
desarrollo de la primera
education
infancia
without
y
discrimination,
enseñanza
including a preschool,
preescolar,
at this
con
preschool
estándares de calidad que buscan la
level
gratuidad
with
educativa,
qualities of
el
standards
impulso a la
of
educación técnica y
quality,
superior
and the
y la incorporación de
improvement of
contenidos
technical higher
teóricos y
education, as
prácticos
well
del
as incorporation
desarrollo
of
sostenible y la
theoretical
cultura de paz.
teaching
Dicha prioridad
on
de
the
educación
culture
es
of
respaldada
peace,
por
and
55 indicadores,
this has been
de los cuales
um,
71
uh,
pues cuentan con información
supported
actualmente,
by 51% of the people of Guatemala.
9.1% disponen con información parcial
9.1%
y
of the people have partial
21.1%
information,
no cuentan con información para su
21.1%
seguimiento y su debida
have
evaluación.
partial
El reporte
information on
de
for
indicadores
monitoring.
está
The
sujeto a
report of
modificaciones
indicators is
anuales en la
subject
medida que
to
los
annual
indicadores de
modifications
ODS pues, sean
in
evolucionados y ajustados por Naciones
as we
Unidas.
examine the SDG
Algunos aspectos a
indicators by
evaluar, más que
and
todo, pues
some
Guatemala
aspects that we
todavía
have to
tiene el
note is more
desafío
that
de
we have the
trabajar con la
challenge of working
infancia
with
desde la perspectiva de género.
infants and
Es una
doing
invitación
this
a
from
considerar
a gender
en las
perspective.
diferencias
This
entre
is
niños
to
y
be
niñas
considered to
como
the difference between men
construcciones
and
sociales.
girls and
Invita también
boys,
a reflexionar
and we are
que esas
also
diferencias operan
calling
como
for reflection
mecanismos de
on
desigualdad social.
how these differences um, um,
En
translate into
materia de
social
logros
differences.
académicos,
With
basta
respect
conseguir la
to
igualdad
academic
tanto
achievements, we
entre
have to
sexos,
have an
de
equality
origen
to be
étnico, área de
based on
residencia,
sex,
nivel de ingreso,
ethnic
acceso a
origin,
tecnologías, entre
level
otros.
of income, access
Pese a la
to
complejidad
technology. Despite the
que ha
complexity
presentado la
that we
suspensión
have
de
seen
clases
and the
presenciales
problems
debido a la
due to
pandemia
the
del
suspension of
COVID-19,
classes as a
el
result of the
Ministerio de
pandemic, the
Educación
Ministry of
Guatemala
Education
ha
of Guatemala
calculado
has calculated,
preliminarmente a partir
has a
del
preliminary
registro de estudios
calculation
de
based on
estudiantes inscritos
study
que la tasa neta
registry
de
of
cobertura educativa al año
the
2021 para
registration
nivel
levels.
primario
We have
se
seen
situó en
that
62.59%. Para el nivel
62.59%
primario,
at the secondary
en
level,
un
and whereas
95.06%. Para el nivel de ciclo básico,
um,
en
95.3 at the basic level, and university level 25.1. In order to do this, we have adopted the specific strategies that will allow us to guarantee access to the right to education. The free education program is considered to be very important, and from January to November 2021, we had 3,487 primary, pre-primary, basic, and students also through the fund for the social development. We had 94 pre-primary schools with approximately 14,157 students benefited, and 318 which are consisting of over 8,000 students. We also have different programs whose activities are given to attention and training on the basis of gender and policies. Through the face-to-face and virtually, we have 1,815 persons with a coverage of approximately 9 departments of Guatemala. Of these, 360 were adolescents between 14 and 17, 796 young people between 18 to 30, and 659 children between the ages of 31 and 60. 1,352 women were covered and were with 463 men. These last 2 years have been very challenging, of course. We have seen the strengthening and the coordination of institutional is considered so that we can have public resources more effective so that we can improve the living conditions of people of Guatemala in an integral way with cultural pertinence. I'd also finally like to say that Guatemala will continue to work to strengthen the interculturality and recognizing the rights of indigenous peoples, promotion of multicultural issues and multiculturality, and the attention to cultural identity. We think that the different we will, through these efforts, we will reduce social gaps. It is only this way that we can achieve our objective that we have, that has us all united here, that is to leave no one behind. Thank you.
Agradecemos la
We'd like to thank
intervención
the delegation of Guatemala for its intervention. Now we have
la intervención de la
the delegation
de México.
of Mexico.
Listo. Hola, muy buenos días.
Good morning to all.
Y a todos, a las altas autoridades, representantes y sociedad.
High authorities and representatives of the societies of Latin America and the Caribbean. We'd like to thank you for organizing this panel. We'd like to thank the panelists, especially Dr. Nadia Guzman. We'd just like to stress the role that historically Mexico has played in bringing together regional strategies to ensure the integral education on sex. As particularly important measure to prevent the transmission of HIV and other STIs. And also to fight against gender-based violence. We have reached agreement, for example, through the Declaration of Preventing Through Education that was signed in Mexico in 2008. However, we would like to note that it is important to recognize and to consider in all of regional fora, as was stated to us by Lucy Garrido, the Montevideo Consensus and the regional agreement, which will be 10 years old next year. There have been much progress in this in the respective countries, in Mexico, for example, but there are still some doubts, there are still some gaps to be filled. And for this reason, I'd like to give the floor to my colleague. Questions as far as sexuality is concerned, there are many progress. We need to have education for all the capacity of teachers in terms of sexuality. Must look at sexuality from a point of view. We must
Pensar en la educación más allá de una capacitación técnica para entrar al mundo laboral y productivo desde un modelo capitalista. Cambiar el paradigma de que la educación solo se da adentro de las aulas o en un sistema híbrido pero escolarizado. Transformar la idea de que la educación y la educación integral en sexualidad son solo para adolescentes y jóvenes. Es importante reconocer que hasta ahora, a pesar de los esfuerzos aislados en nuestra región, no podemos decir, ni en esta sala, que hemos recibido una educación integral en sexualidad. Este tipo de educación da herramientas de vida y es importante desde edades tempranas y hasta edades avanzadas tener acceso a ella. Dejar de pensar en la educación sexual como algo biologicista y heterocisnormado que no ponga en el centro el placer y el bienestar de las personas. Debemos construir un tejido interinstitucional e intersectorial para poder lograr que esté presente en nuestras vidas la posibilidad de igualdad ni estereotipos de género. Es de suma importancia generar alianzas y lineamientos para los medios de comunicación, para que desde sus plataformas no solo dejen de reproducir estereotipos, sino que se sepan corresponsables de la construcción de un mejor mundo, sin violencia, sin discriminación y sin desigualdad de género. La avanzada de grupos que se oponen al ejercicio de derechos en nuestra región, que con una retórica engañosa han construido obstáculos en muchos países de esta región y en muchos territorios dentro de nuestros países. Tenemos como ejemplo lo que pasó ayer en Guatemala con la Ley 5272, que criminaliza la diversidad de familias y el aborto, afectando de manera desigual y desproporcionada a mujeres y personas feminizadas, alejándose de los compromisos hechos a nivel internacional y regional. Sería importante que en el marco de derechos humanos, el sistema de Naciones Unidas se exprese pronto al respecto de los impactos negativos y retrocesos que esto implica. Para terminar, quiero recordarnos que estamos en un cambio de época. El Me Too, la Marea Verde y todos los demás movimientos sociales nos están gritando y hablando muy fuerte sobre lo que nuestras nuevas sociedades ya no están dispuestas a aceptar como normal. Desde México celebramos mucho la oleada de entidades que se suman a la despenalización del aborto y la decisión de la Suprema Corte sobre la inconstitucionalidad de la criminalización del aborto voluntario. Muchas gracias.
Accept the rulings of the Constitutional Court against the criminalization of abortion. Thank you.
Agradecemos la intervención de la
Like to thank
delegación de
Mexico.
México.
Delegation of
Tiene
Mexico.
la palabra
And I now give
la
the floor
delegación
to the
de
delegation of
Colombia.
Colombia.
Muchas gracias, señor
Thank
presidente.
you very much.
Y un saludo muy especial
And I'd like
a la
to
secretaria ejecutiva Alicia Bárcena,
extend
a
particularly
todas
warm
la importancia de reconocer que en ese
that
camino hacia la igualdad de género a través de la educación,
through education,
pues hemos reconocido el día de hoy la necesidad de contar con datos granulares
to
a la
have
hora de evaluar esas desigualdades
contact,
que se
important
cruzan
basic
y que
contact,
además
and
son,
ensure the interconnectedness
de gran
of
importancia a la
issues
hora de
that
formular
are
políticas
great,
específicas sobre las
important when we
necesidades
have
concretas
to
de los
formulate
diferentes grupos
policies
sociales
on the
vulnerables.
concrete needs of
En
different
sentido general,
various vulnerable groups.
quisiéramos
In
exaltar la
general, I would
importancia
like
de disponer de
to
una sólida
stress that it is
alianza y
important to have a
diálogo
solid
permanente entre los
partnership
usuarios
and
y los
ongoing
productores de información
dialogue
para
between
producir
those who
datos de
produce
género que
in
sean fiables e idóneos
information,
para
so that
identificar
with,
vacíos
and
y al mismo tiempo para fortalecer
to
la
strengthen
reputación y el rol que
reputation
juegan las oficinas
of
nacionales
the
de
national
estadística a la hora
statistical
de visibilizar esas desigualdades.
offices and to make
Desde la
sure
Oficina
that all of the
Estadística de
information
Colombia,
is
conocida como
relevant
el
and
DANE, hemos
reliable.
promovido en
In
distintas
DANE,
instancias
we
regionales y
have
globales
promoted in
la
various
necesidad de avanzar en la integración sistemática de la
or the
perspectiva de
need
género
to
en
have
todas las
the
fases
gender
de
perspective
planificación,
involved
producción
in all of the
y
plans
uso
of
de datos y
production and use
estadísticas
of states
en
of
todos los
data and
ámbitos.
statistics.
Asimismo, hemos invitado
Moreover,
a
we
los
have
distintos
invited the
actores a tomar
different
como
actors
referencia para las
to take
decisiones de
this as the
medición de uso
reference
del
point
tiempo y
for
la
the use of
representación del enfoque de
time
género
and
y el trabajo
transversalization
en
of
curso
gender
en la
focus
Conferencia
and to
Estadística de las
the
Américas.
work on the
Esto ha
course
permitido
in
posicionar
the
a América
Americas.
Latina
And
y
this
el
has made it
Caribe a
possible
nivel
to
global,
position Latin America and the Caribbean
manera
globally
sustancial
and to
al
contribute
proceso asociado a
substantially
la
to the
transversalización del
process
enfoque de
of
género
the
en
cross-cutting
todos los
nature of
ámbitos de la
gender
producción
perspective
estadística
in
Naciones
all
Unidas.
of the areas of
Gracias a
statistical
estos
work in the United
compromisos,
Nations. And
durante la pandemia
thanks to
fue
this
posible
work
desde el
during the
DANE asumir un liderazgo
pandemic from DANE, we were
en la
able to
producción de
take
estadísticas de
on
género,
a leadership
creando
in the
nuevas operaciones
gender
estadísticas,
statistics production and
mejoras
taking
significativas,
and
permitiendo
making
identificar
significant
información de relevancia para los
improvements
miembros
that
del
were
ecosistema de
relevantly
datos nacional y regional.
important for
De esta
regional
manera,
and
desde
national
Colombia,
data collection
reiteramos
systems.
nuestra
In
voluntad
Colombia, we reiterate our will to
donde la información
close the
al
gaps
estar
where
al centro de las
information,
discusiones,
which is at the
permite
center of the
fomentar diálogos
discussions,
interdisciplinarios
enables
que permiten
undertaking
la identificación de
interdisciplinary
problemáticas
discussions,
emergentes, sobre todo
identifying
en relación con la educación como
problems
camino hacia la igualdad de género.
related to education on the path to development. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos la intervención
Thank you very
de la
much
delegación de Colombia
to
y al no haber
Colombia, rather.
más
And
solicitudes
given
de
that there are
palabra,
no other requests
damos
to
por
take the
finalizado
floor,
este segmento,
we are
a
closing
lo
this
que
segment
me
of
gustaría
panel
dar un
number
agradecimiento
5. I would like to
al
express
gobernador Alberto
my
Arenas de Mesa, que
appreciation
hizo un
to
trabajo,
Alberto Morenas, who did
a los
a wonderful job.
panelistas que
Alberto
nos
Arenas de Mesa, the
exposición
panelists who
de toda esta problemática,
superbly
tanto
presented the
presencial
problem, both here in person and remotely or virtually. The delegations also, thank you for your comments. And Anna, thank you so very much for your wonderful closing of this panel. Ana Wesmes.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. We bid adieu to this panel and will immediately continue with the next session, as a result of which I would ask delegates to kindly remain in your seats. The next session is called Peer Learning Session, Building Back Better from the Coronavirus Disease, COVID-19, while advancing the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We would invite the members of this panel to kindly come forward and take a seat at the head table.
Desde que empiece, está previsto que tenga que dure 1 hora. Pero sí. Avísele que la persona del asistente o el asistente diga el gracias, eso no hay problema. Buenos días. Vamos a dar inicio entonces a la
Good
sesión
day
denominada
to you all.
Aprendizaje
We're going to
entre
begin
pares,
our
reconstruir
session
para
in
mejorar después de la
titled
pandemia de enfermedad por coronavirus,
Peer
COVID-19,
Learning
al mismo
Session,
tiempo
Building Back Better from the
avanzar hacia la plena
Coronavirus Disease
implementación de la
COVID-19 while
Agenda
advancing
2030
the full
del
implementation of
Desarrollo
the
Sostenible.
2030 Agenda for
Moderará
Sustainable
esta
Development.
mesa,
This
presidirá, perdón, esta mesa
panel
la
will be
vicecanciller para asuntos bilaterales y
presided
de
over
de cooperación internacional
by the Vice
de
President
Costa Rica,
for
embajadora
International
Adriana
Cooperation,
Bolaños Balaguer.
Ambassador Adriana Bolaños.
Ya, perfecto. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Once again, it's a pleasure to be with you this morning for a topic that is of the utmost importance. Here we are going to share experiences among peers, and the name of this panel is Peer Learning Session, Building Back Better from the Coronavirus Disease, COVID-19, while at the same time advancing the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We have very well qualified panelists, and the moderator will be Cielo Morelos, Chief of the Latin American and Caribbean Institute for Economic and Social Planning, ILPES, who will be in charge of moderating this morning's session. Madam Morales, you have the floor.
Ahora sí. Muy buenos días, muchísimas gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you so very much, Madam Chair. Good day to you all. Let's get started with this session, which is a novelty in the forum, which came of the community of practice with the participation of the technicians from countries as well as members of the UN system that has the objective of supporting countries in putting together their national reports based on peer learning. In this sense, this session has the objective of generating space for collective reflection on how we can better build back as of the COVID-19 pandemic while we advance fully for implementation on the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, when we just have 8 years left to attain those SDGs. Throughout the past years, 2 years particularly, ECLAC has raised the need to connect to recovery. That is to say, short-term responses of states on the midterm as well. It's also called to look at the measures to respond to the pandemic with the transformation of a type of development that is perhaps more just and inclusive as well as sustainable. This is something that we've been discussing over the course of the past 2.5 days. Something that has been so eloquently articulated in the different panels from each of the different countries. But we also need to reinforce institutionality to make it more resilient vis-a-vis the crises, with renewed abilities to teach, implement plans, policies, strategies, and comprehensive programs so that they can be coordinated between sectors within the territory, cross-cutting climate change, gender perspective, and citizen participation.
Sobre estos temas, contamos en este panel con representantes de alto nivel.
We have high-level participants on this panel that will be presenting public exams in the UN for the first time in June, as is the case of Dominica, Grenada, St. Kitts and Nevis, and Suriname, as well as countries that have presented reports previously, and they have the experience: Argentina, El Salvador, Jamaica, and Uruguay. The presentation of these voluntary national exams makes it possible to facilitate exchange of experiences amongst peers, including challenges, achievements, and lessons learned, so as to be able to accelerate attainment of the 2030 agenda. And in the national framework, these exercises foster alliances. They facilitate them amongst different actors of development and contribute as well to multi-actor reflection, multi-level reflection to coordinate the 17 goals of sustainable development. So the task of this panel is to look at those processes for preparing those voluntary exams beyond the report itself or of the technical aspects of its content. To begin this collective reflection, I would like to introduce to you the members of the panel, Mr. Felix Ulloa, Vice President of El Salvador. Welcome, Mr. Vice President, and thank you for having accepted this invitation. Sharon Saunders, Ambassador of Jamaica to Costa Rica. Welcome, Madam Ambassador, and thank you for having accepted the invitation. Isaac Alfie, Director of the Office of Planning and the Budget of Uruguay, and ex-President of the Regional Council for Planning of the ILPES, Angel Maria Planes, Agro, Food and Development of the Andes University from Colombia. And we also have panelists that are connected virtually. But not because of that, they're not going to be able to take part in this collective learning process. We've got Eduardo Brau, Undersecretary of Information Management and Analysis of the National Council for the Coordination of Social Policies of Argentina. Vince Henderson, Minister of Planning, Economic Development, Climate Resilience, Sustainable Development, and Renewable Energy of Dominica. Oliver Joseph, Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Business, and CARICOM Affairs of Grenada. Aquila Byron Nisbet, Minister of Health, ICT, Entertainment, Entrepreneurship, and Talent Development of St. Kitts and Nevis. And Alberto Ramden, Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Business and International Cooperation of Suriname, who sent a pre-recorded video message that we will have up on screen in due time. So welcome to all of these representatives, and with special greetings to our Executive Secretary, Alicia Bárcena of ECLAC. Thank you so very much for joining us at this meeting today. So now I would like to invite Angela Maria Penagos, Director of the Agri-Food Initiative of University of Los Andes in Colombia, to offer some brief initial thoughts. Her division at the university has been measuring compliance with the SDGs in the region, as a result of which we ask her to reflect on the pertinence of the 2030 agenda and how relevant is it in the context that we're living right now as a result of the pandemic. Thank you very much, Angela Maria. You have 5 minutes for your intervention, and welcome once again. Good morning to you all. It's an honor to share this panel with you, and it's a pleasure to join you in this conversation with my brief thoughts. First, I would like to raise a few elements that might enable us to think that the 2030 agenda will continue to be the agenda of the North Star of our countries. And it is the agenda for rebuilding. The pandemic and its effects have placed on the table the thought of what type of institutions do we need so that in this uncertainty we have the ability to recover in view of the shocks and have the conditions necessary so that the SDGs can continue to be the path that we continue on the basis of the work of collecting the SDG data at the University of the Los Andes. We have identified that the region worsened in compliance with the SDGs. We have a measure that has to do with the progress of countries in attaining the 17 goals. In 2020, for the first time, since the adoption of the SDGs in 2015, regional progress declined. And that's explained because in 3 or 4 countries in Latin America, they're further from achieving the goals in 2020 than where they were in 2017. As a result, today, more than ever, it's necessary to go beyond guidelines to mechanisms for implementation where the goals committed to in each of the indicators become a public policy proposal at the short, mid, and long term. This is undoubtedly the path that we have to take. Thus, it is absolutely necessary that we have mechanisms for collaboration amongst different sectors of society where shared values become the basis. This means that our countries will be able to become societies where we have a fight, where we fight climate change, adapt to it, and so that our agencies become the vehicles so that our society can be just and resilient with democracy. This means we need to revert to the traditional way in which public policies are developed. That is to say, it's not how the way that sectors contribute to attainment of the agenda, but rather in policy and through sectors that will be implemented. So we need to develop skills and capabilities for operation, learn to take risks together, operate under conditions of uncertainty, and use public resources and financial resources for operation purposes. And for this, we need new leaderships that generate confidence, that have the ability at an interdisciplinary level to have policies that reach transformations. In addition, focus actions of policy that achieves results, developing capabilities to evaluate them from a comprehensive point of view, economic, social, environmental, cultural, amongst others, as well as to develop collaborative skills between sectors, including the government, the diversity with which measures need to be taken. We don't have time for it. As a result, the development of policies that favor innovations for long-term compliance, favoring development of structures that lead to inclusive markets. In addition, for this, we need the backbone of this process to have a territorial perspective. National governments need to have the support in developing cooperation and investment to be able to implement the agenda. Budgets in line with the needs where vehicles of public-private cooperation generate confidence in the conditions so that impactful investors are broadened. We need to think about institutional and budget elements that can affect public and private policies favoring the process. That is to say, conditions that enable the 2030 agenda in the academia, through the universities and centers for research in the region. We must contribute to this process, contributing solutions based on evidence that make it possible to have collaborative work and moving forward fairly to recovery with a systemic approach, and so that actually no one is left behind. And that is the way in which colleagues in the region from the Center of Objectives for Sustainable Development in Latin America and the Caribbean, we raise a commitment to achieve this and to collaborate amongst countries so that the achievements get beyond the simple guidelines where we have action with concrete proposals based on proposals to change. Finally, we need institutional arrangements and entrepreneurial states that are more resilient and able to respond to shocks for better management of the transition. Thank you so very much. Thank you very much, Angela Maria, for your reflections in which you've reminded us of the importance of going from guidelines to instruments, where you've reminded us that collaboration is important within countries, within sectors and institutions, as well as among countries, to lead to greater integration, as well as budgets aligned with the objectives of the 2030 agenda. And this will enable us to achieve deep transformations so as to be able to overcome the multiple inequalities faced by the region that have been underscored throughout this meeting by all countries in the region and that have been underscored by ICLAC for many, many years. Thank you very much for these introductory remarks. And now I would like to begin the dialogue with the authorities that we have with us today at this panel. And so as to stay within our timeline, we're going to have a round of 2 questions, one general and one more focused on learnings derived from the experience, so as to generate these synergies for those of you who are presenting their reports for the first time, as well as those who have experience in that task. I would thank you to reflect, on the one hand, what are the learnings left to us by the crises, the pandemic, for moving forward towards sustainability and development? What are the orientations or the changes that have had to be done with respect to national priorities, and how have those changes been reflected in your planning instruments? That would be the first more general question, and then a more specific reflection on how institutional arrangements for following up and examining implementation of the 2030 agenda have had an effect on a more general broaching intersectorally multi-actor based with long-term view of the challenges that still face us. Now, I would like to give the floor first to the Vice President of El Salvador, Vice President Felix Ulloa. You have the floor, sir. Thank you very much, and good day to you all. We would first like to thank the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, my dearest friend Alicia Bárcena, for having invited us to take part in this 5th forum. El Salvador has been a permanent member of the forum since 2017 and the first meeting in Mexico until the last virtual meeting last year because of the pandemic. Now, reflecting upon the experience is in a better building back from the pandemic that forced us to have a better look at the economic models, health systems, but also, as has been said at other times, a cultural change that humankind is experiencing today. This implies undertaking a deep analysis of what is happening today. And precisely when we had the idea that we were going to be able to have a look at the new normalcy, then as seen in the UN, this new crisis between Russia and Ukraine has arisen, and this will create new problems where things that have been planned and programmed because of the global effect of the conflict, there will be changes. They're having effects on economic model, financial models, the price of different commodities. So we're not going to be able to stick to our agendas. Last week, we had a summit in Belize of heads of state and government of the Central American Integration System, SICA, and of CARICOM, where we were about to approve a plan of action for the SICA Caribbean region. But there we had to undertake that reflection of how we were going to incorporate these new challenges into our plan of action because of what's being faced by the world as a result of the crisis. So right now, reviewing within the framework of SDGs what our experiences are in Salvador, we can report that indeed the government of President Bukele took on from the onset implementation for the task of implementing these 17 goals of sustainable development with that holistic view and the need to delve deeper into each of them, in addition to having the possibility and the ability to systematize the information so that it could be reflected in each of the indicators for compliance of the goals. Over 100 targets derived from the 17 goals. And on each of these, our government has been able to work and elaborate and to define public policies that have been adapted and changed from their initial original plan in view of the adaptations and the changes required because of the pandemic. To the health system, we've made enormous progress that have forced us to modify the entire hospital system with new healthcare systems, both from a preventative point of view, for infection of coronavirus. And actually, we have one of the lowest death rates because of this in the region, with a hospital system, top flight hospital systems that enables us to give care to the people who have been infected by COVID. We have the largest hospital in the region, and it is providing care to the people in the region. We've exceeded 65% coverage of the population in terms of vaccine applications. We are about to meet the 70% goal set by the WHO, and we're about to start vaccinating or applying the vaccines to our children, and even foreigners who come to the country who need to receive vaccines will be receiving vaccines in our country, as we will be applying those vaccines to our brother and sister nations in Central America if they need them. Working from a comprehensive point of view, our president in October of 2020, the president created the National Council for Sustainable Development that is working on attainment of the SDGs. We've attained substantial progress in preparing the national program that's voluntary that we're going to be submitting in May for knowledge of the international community.
Say that from the standpoint of our government, with respect to the attention that we need to give to attainment of the SDGs, we are deploying our best efforts to use all our public policies, also deriving from other mandates from the Council. And we have worked together with the UNDP, and we have developed human development reports, which will be presented in November, which will be also celebrating 200 years of independence. And we have to give it that sort of approach, a sort of focus. So we want to look back at 200 years as we go into the third as we go into from 15th of September 200 years ago. So as we look forward to the future, so this has allowed us to orient our action toward public policies that are currently on stream. The promotion, the institutionality that we have are also using as based on the synergies based on our efforts to combat pandemic. We have created and worked hand in hand with other sectors that are working on in the health sector. We are working with the civil society, the armed forces, and we have all of these efforts, all these personal efforts, working with people, staff working on the front line with the health services, have been involved from the very beginning. We are trying to ensure economic reactivation of their country. We also have to have the priority of ensuring that we comply with the human rights to health, and that is one of the major priorities of the President of the Republic. We have also had to concentrate on the need to for economic recovery, as well as to reactivate other sectors that were hard hit by the crisis. We also had to carry out a policy for economic assistance aimed at vulnerable parts of the population, as well as micro, medium, and larger companies. So these are the efforts of the state to deal with the health emergency, as well as to deal with the financial and economic crisis, as well as to attend to the needs of the educational sector, which has also been impacted by this. We must remember that we are trying to bridge the digital gap, not only as far as regulations are concerned. We are approving the law on electronic signatures, but we're also trying to distribute portable computers throughout the public educational system. Teachers and students are also receiving their laptops, including the curriculums that will have teachers to work with in virtual classrooms. I don't want to speak at greater length because, of course, we still have our Vice Minister who will be, we have had the Vice Minister speaking on the start of this event, and we have had input from others who have talked about all the progress that has been made in El Salvador. I just like to end by saying that building back better is a concept that was coined by the United Nations based on a report from Hillary Clinton, and a report based on the report following a visit to Japan. So we hope that our countries can learn from the risks and disasters and problems that have taken place over the world, so that we can learn lessons on how to best come out of these criticisms. Thank you so much for the opportunity to address you, and I will continue to take the floor. I'll take the floor again at relevant time.
Muchísimas gracias, señor vicepresidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President, and very important what you have brought to discussion on cultural changes. Of course, this change of era needs calls not only for an educational change, but also cultural change. We have to update our agenda. We must have an agenda for regional and sub-regional integration. And thanks for reiterating that despite the very challenging context of the conflict and the pandemic, that Agenda 2030 is still relevant, and it is important to maintain the integrality of public policies so that we can bring about a development style which is more in keeping with the change of era, and the fact that institutionality must change to in keeping with these changes, and the conclusions and the findings of the national councils that you have stated of that have been created in El Salvador. It is important to have accountability and reporting on the progress made in achieving the objectives and the goals of Agenda 2030. We talked about the priorities that must be concentrated on health as a human right must be given central
las políticas El Salvador, mientras también atiende el tema de crecimiento económico. Muchísimas gracias, señor vicepresidente. Entonces, le doy la palabra ahora a la embajadora Sharon Saunders, embajadora de Jamaica en Costa Rica. Mrs. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, distinguished moderator, excellencies, distinguished guests, Executive Secretary Alicia Barcena, ladies and gentlemen. In response to the instructions of the moderator, I will switch up my presentation a little bit. She asked us to focus on general questions, reflecting on the lessons and priorities to be learned from the current crisis to move towards sustainable development. As was said by the Honorable Vice President of Salvador, in the face of the evolving circumstances, we all have to recalibrate. In the Jamaican experience, a number of lessons and priorities can be learned from the current crisis as we continue the journey towards sustainable development. I'll briefly focus on three elements in the interest of time. Firstly, social protection. In Jamaica, in the absence of national unemployment insurance and similar transfers entrenched in policy, the government was able to establish cash transfer programs to provide support to citizens and businesses through 9 categories of transfer. This initiative, which is ongoing, utilizes a joined-up government approach involving the tax authorities, the ICT service providers to the government, and the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, with oversight from the Auditor General, which is exceptionally important. The private sector collaborates through remittance companies to distribute cash across the island. The program exemplifies the ability of government to resource and execute a broad-based social protection program, characterized by transparency and employs digital delivery to meet a wide cross-section of the target population. Its implementation lays the groundwork for the introduction of a national unemployment insurance, the feasibility of which is currently being studied by the Planning Institute of Jamaica, the PIOJ. Unemployment insurance represents one of the most widely used social safety nets that protects workers from uncertain events and cushions the impact of sudden loss of income. Secondly, the crisis brought much focus on the digital disruption and innovation. The expansion of remote work and education represented the biggest shifts nationally brought on by the pandemic's great lockdown. The change to online schooling highlighted the digital divide between those with and those without resources. Despite the level of digital readiness across some spheres, the response, notably in distance learning, has brought a new tier of education service delivery, while challenges like access to devices and upskilling of teachers arises, the opportunity to introduce new modalities in learning, improved data collection on student performance, and the developing long-term skills in ICT adoption can have long-term effects for education service delivery. Thirdly, innovative financing is the third element. Years of economic stability and fiscal prudence supported my government's relaxing of fiscal rules to support spending on COVID-19 recovery. Further shocks into the economy, however, will worsen the ability to not only finance the recovery, but also meet essential needs. Supporting the advancement of the development agenda through domestic resources requires innovative financing mechanisms that balance the repayment of debt, support growth projects, and maintain current expenditure. These include blended financing, using development funding from public institutions, private foundations, and multilateral donors, along with private capital, to deliver a suite of funds at a mix of concessionary and market rates. This model of delivery was exercised in the support of health, education, and agricultural activities in response to the effects of COVID-19. The second element is the development bonds. While not in use as a response to the pandemic, these present an opportunity to tap into capital markets to fund development projects. In 2020, sustainability bonds developed on the principle of environmental and social governance, e.g. ESG, grew almost 100% in value to $700 million in issuances, while financing for social and sustainability projects grew tenfold relative to 2019. These are Asia Development Bank statistics. The second part of my assignment is to speak to the institutional arrangements that follow up and reviewing of implementation of the 2020 agenda and how it has been impacted by comprehensive, intersectoral, multi-level, multi-stakeholder, and long-term approaches to public policy. And, of course, what are the remaining challenges? I'll truncate what I was going to say. By way of some background, the institutional arrangements, the follow-up and review of the 2030 agenda and the sustainable development goals consist of organizational-based and multi-stakeholder consultative mechanisms in Jamaica. The organizational-based arrangements are largely focused on coordination of the implementation of the SDGs through Vision 2030 Jamaica, our national development plan, which began in 2009 and of course goes to 2030. And managing SDGs focused multi-stakeholder arrangements, monitoring, reporting. The Planning Institute of Jamaica serves as the national focal point for Vision 2030 Jamaica and the SDGs, and includes an SDG Secretariat, a Vision 2030 Jamaica Secretariat. The main stakeholder consultative mechanisms driving monitoring and reporting on the SDGs are the National Agenda Oversight Committee and a National Sustainability Core Group, as well as a Vision 2030 Jamaica outcome sector aligned thematic working groups. There obviously are many, and we have thought this through. The NOC is a multi-stakeholder body approved by our government, our cabinet, as the mechanism to provide stakeholder-driven oversight and implementation. The thematic working groups of the Vision 2030 Jamaica serves as the main stakeholder consultative mechanism and have been integrated into the terms of reference of the TWGs. To speak to the impact of the long-term approach to policy, the implementation of Vision 2030 Jamaica is largely coordinated around the successive three-year medium-term three-year medium-term socio-economic policy frameworks, which provide a strategic policy-based results framework for the alignment of sectoral and organizational strategies. Each MTF comes into force through cabinet approval. The institutional framework for the SDGs, through its reporting and monitoring responsibilities, provide technical and programmatic advice to the government and parliament on the implementation of the SDGs, informed through its monitoring and evaluation processes. The committee oversees the alignment of the SDGs with national policies, plans, programs within their corporate and operational plans. And this is incorporated into the strategic plans of all agencies, ministries, etc. What are the remaining challenges? The institutional framework established ensures a high level of participation and owing to consistent engagement since its adoption. There's a high level of participation in policy development, data provision, and technical input from all sectors, private sector, academia, civil society, etc. The deficiency is perhaps at the grassroots level, and we have recognized that we need to improve on the communication at the grassroots level to have absolute buy-in. When Vision 2030 was first promulgated, it was envisioned that we would have the consultative process coming from the bottom up. It has not been as successful as we had envisioned, and so with evaluation, we are realizing that we need to have participation of technical experts, but citizens from the grassroots. And with that, I think I will stop here. And if I'm given some more time, I will go into some of the recommendations that have come out from our handling of the crisis. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, señora embajadora.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador, for your reflections. You have mentioned priorities on social protection, overcoming the digital divide to allow children and teenagers to access education, particularly now at this moment during the pandemic. And you've spoken about innovative funding mechanisms, mixing public-private bonds, development bonds, and institutional agreements. You've mentioned the importance of maintaining that long-term vision. Jamaica does have a long-term purview up until 2030 with monitoring oversight mechanisms with medium and long-term verification and checks to identify if they are on the right direction and make the necessary adjustments if priorities change, which regularly occur when we're dealing with smaller economies vulnerable to different impacts, external impacts. So regarding SDG mechanisms, this also reminds us about having participatory mechanisms where all stakeholders will participate, this private sector, academia, government, and above all, grassroots. It's important to overcome communication weaknesses at the root level to be able to engage fully. Thank you, Madam Ambassador. So we're now going to listen to our next speaker, the Director Isaac Alfie. And let me remind you what the two questions were. They have to do about priorities and how they have changed given the impact of COVID. And the second is institutional mechanisms and their impact on the comprehensive nature of post-2020 public policies. Thank you, Madam Morales. Good morning to all of you. Thank you for inviting me to participate on this panel on behalf of my country. I hope to be able to answer more than just two questions, but I'm just going to revert the order of how you have asked them. We understand that the scope of the 2030 agenda and attaining it will be the result of actions that are taken. It's such a broad, it covers so many broad topics that government that is endeavoring to improve the quality of life of their inhabitants is required or requires the engagement of the public, but oversight is required as well. So that's why the National Voluntary Report is an important document, a valuable one, and it makes our job easier. It's not that the document itself would be a solution, but the fact that many different stakeholders take part in the development of this document forces us to be able to understand the information clearly and understand the different contexts of each sector in a more profound manner. And then we can see if there are any deviations and then make the necessary adjustments. So in our country, institutionally speaking, well, the office that I direct, which is an office that advises the president directly, and it provides oversight and coordination, although sometimes coordination is shared with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And this office gathers the data and processes it, but it's processed in another office, the Statistics Office, which is also under the umbrella of the office that I direct. So what we do is we look at the indicators on a yearly basis. We send the information, and then we report on the information based on figures and process the information in a systematic manner that's organized by the Statistics Institute. And then actions are taken. We based on what is needed. So basically, it's processing and analyzing the information. And Madam Bárcenas mentioned this before, and it has been mentioned these past few days. What isn't measured just doesn't exist. It can't be assessed. And if you can't measure it, you can't assess it, you can't improve it. So that's the key to this. Now, beyond the voluntary report that we submit every year, we're trying to submit every year with different emphasis. Now, the country reports on how headway has been made with all of the indicators, and that's important given what I've mentioned before. Then we have to disclose the indicators, not only about progress, but stakeholders take part, the public sector, the civil sector, or the private sector, business sector, or even academia. And this leads to a more of a comprehensive way of addressing the issues among these different stakeholders. So there we would contribute to the attainment of the 2030 agenda targets. So in addition to the voluntary reports that we've submitted, we've done much more profound analysis and taken more actions. And the country has a long history of doing this type of these types of actions. And something that we shed light on today is that it's very important to look at its social welfare system. Uruguay's social welfare system is a very it's a country that's growing older than many other countries in South America. So there's a legal commission with 15 committees that represent the different political parties. They represent academia and their social stakeholders as well. And an extensive consultation process takes place where we exchange points of view with different stakeholders. And this wasn't only just technical actions that were taken by an office, but it involved true exchange. So last year we submitted a report, we elaborated a report, and now we're enacting a law that will ensue that report. So something that has to do also with the SDGs, and that the country believes it is important, and where the report is very is much dependent on input, is the environmental side. Environmental priorities were important for this administration, especially for the Minister of the Environment. And it was such a milestone because it's not easy to do this. Last year, we reached an agreement between the Ministry of the Environment, Industry, and the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, and Fishing, and the Finance Ministry. So the objectives were, you can say, consolidated and unified. So Uruguay is deeply committed to including the environmental dimensions in their political in its policies, and it states that the country will contribute to devising economic policies while considering mitigation of greenhouse gas emissions and adaptation to climate change. We're working on that. There's going to be a green bond that will be emitted soon. So we're also working on with the UNDP on sustainable funding, and we're going to focus that fund on that. We're working with multilateral credit organizations as well. So Uruguay is a country that for some years now has had energy production that's based on renewable energy. It was hydroelectric at first, and then it started betting on non-renewable energies, and then eolic energy and photovoltaic energies as well. So renewable energies first, and then eolic energies, etc. So the idea was to continue to be committed to the public and private sector as well. To attain the objectives of the agenda and analyze success, we have to attain success based on the types of quality actions we take. And quality actions, really, I reiterate, depends on economic growth that we garner. We know that we all are dealing with important restrictions. Most countries, we all have significant debts to pay. The perspective of increase in the interest rate due to global inflation is something that we have to deal with, all deal with. We have to deal with fiscal resources as well, and it's not something that's going to go away just like that. So, lessons learned. Now, as I said, Uruguay has a long history of tradition in social protection, social welfare, or automatic stabilizers, healthcare, labor and pension funds, labor funds, or minimum wages, or retirement funds. So we have had retirement bonuses in place for more than a century. So quantitatively speaking, well, many times it's not as exuberant as other examples that we could mention, but it's something that has existed in our history. So just in 2 years, the increase in specific expenses as a result of the pandemic increases 3% of this product, and there were other increases as well. But it also has a system of guarantees to sustain capital production. So these guarantees were issued for a return of 1.5 return of the GDP. And it's all relative. When we speak about GDP, credit issued by banks for the SME sector is barely 4.5% of the GDP. So it's a number of guarantees, or it's a figure that's significant. So it's about being very prudent with public funds and allocate them as efficiently as we can by prioritizing the objectives of supporting individuals, supporting the weakest, the workers, we could say the most vulnerable, especially if impacted by the pandemic. So there are many other things I can respond with, and just some tangible actions that the country has taken. But it's better, we believe that it's better to present this with other countries. So thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Director Alfi. Nos recuerda usted que la importancia.
Thank you so much, Director Alfi. You're right. What is measured, what can't be measured, will never be improved, and results depend on the quality of its actions. And you do remind us the importance of possessing an ecosystem with a consolidated social system, social protection system. And you mentioned the long history that Uruguay has with unemployment insurance, pensions, minimum wage, it's a system of policies that are aimed at what's most important, which is support individuals. Thank you so much for your thoughts. So now we're going to give the floor to Argentina. And we will now hear from Dr. Brau. He is connected online. Dr. Brau, you have the floor. The interpreter apologizes because the audio is not satisfactory. I will do my best. So, on behalf of CEPAL, so I represent the chair of the Council for Coordination of Social Policies of Argentina. And it's an organization that directly depends on the president of the nation. It bears the enormous responsibility of execution of the 2030 agenda at a national and subnational level. Part of these strategies that are carrying this process forward to implement the agenda, we have a ministerial council where all of the different organizations that comprise the presidential cabinet, in addition to, well, the Statistics Institute as well, it takes part in this panel or in this commission. So it's a very important priority, including statistics and making them realistic and shedding light on them to be able to bring about more social policies and implement them. So what this committee has done is present a voluntary report that it's submitted to the United Nations. We have been working intensely for the past 2 years in elaborating the report to grant it more representation. But President Fernandez has the objective of showing as a country before the United Nations, and I think we're going to be successful at that, is to reflect each public policy that we've enacted in the past 2 years. So as part of this framework, we've implemented goals within each of the different areas of dealing with sustainable development. There are 121 targets, and representing each of the different areas. And under these 121 targets that we've prioritized public policies that each organization has to execute. So these targets are reflected in public policy and how we develop our public policy. And we also want to make sure that it is reflected in our budget and make sure it's earmarked. Public policies need to reflect how these policies could be executed by the government, and this would be reflected in the budget. And that way, those who are most in need of these policies will benefit from these social policies. Citizens, we're working on an SDG federal network, and the goal is for the 2030 agenda objectives to be dealt with and reflected at a local level, the different provinces. So in the next report that we submit, we have a chapter dedicated to regional work that we did, training provided to the municipalities so that they could also reflect their efforts to attain the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. So that's done through that federal network that I mentioned. So we thought that that was a priority to work at a local level as well. in the implementation of the 2030 agenda. We also worked arduously with the private sector, with the business sector, public and private. It's another priority that we want to reflect in the next report. So we want to show how each company in our country must have a sustainable development policy, but we think it's particularly important for private sectors and state companies to be able to be aware of this organization and that we are all attuned and work along in the same direction. Working the state, for example, working with the business sector in to favor development. And I think the report would not be successful if we didn't include those stakeholders.
We think the last point, very important, is implementation of forums for civil participation. We did this at the territorial level. We worked very hard on this intensely, and building bridges to the territories, making contact with them. The idea is a strategic policy by the council on the agenda, and the 2030 agenda needs, part of it needs to be receiving input from citizens, from civil society and local governments. So in these forums for participation, we were able to bring together local companies, representatives of civil society organizations, the local governments, which are critically important for this type of development at the local level. And also, of course, social movements, labor unions, who have an important role to play in the process. These are our top priorities in the work that we're doing and in what we will be submitting in next January to the United Nations. I also wanted to tell you how we have been approaching the pandemic, which of course has caught us all off guard in Latin America, in Argentina, everywhere. A socioeconomic situation that was very complicated already, with the indicators of poverty and income are declining, and of course now we get the pandemic. So the national government set a top priority on saving lives of citizens in Argentina. In this framework, we carried out public policies for addressing the pandemic and also to save the lives of as many people as we could. On the subject of public policies at the national level, we have been expanding the health infrastructure all over the country, also food assistance, sustaining the income of workers, employment, and especially in the countries hit the hardest by the crisis of the pandemic, and that have been experiencing it for the longest time. And then, of course, beneficiaries of the social production system, which is a priority for the government to come alongside. These are some of the measures, public policy measures that we have been taking. We developed 2 mobile emergency hospitals that can travel all over the country, 14 health centers on the borders, and this made it possible for us to provide more hospital beds and respond to issues in different parts of the country. There have been many beds, more than 1,500 beds made available. And also we were able to provide them with respirators, which was a very big need in the hospitals. They also, we entered them, we incorporated them into the national laboratory system. More than 230 new labs joined the network so that we could respond quickly to the need for testing in order to try to control mass infections. More than 5 million tests were conducted That's not the latest figure, but it gives you an idea.
Después en lo que era la segunda
Then
misión que había dicho,
the second mission, which, as I said, was food assistance in Costa Rica, in Argentina, even back in 2019, there were problems. There was also already a socioeconomic crisis in the country. The first measure that the national government took was to control hunger. There was adopted a strategic plan to provide food aid to children, and it was expanded to raise the age to 14, because these were the ones that really needed to be protected at the time. This food aid was expanded also in terms of food bonds during the pandemic. The system was activated. It's still in operation. The idea is to buy food by the official sector, and this reinforcing of the food aid also targeted schools because we didn't have classes during the pandemic. So the children were unable to go to the school lunchroom to receive the food they needed. Instead, they were eating at home with their families. With respect to income supports for workers and employment and production, we launched programs which have remained very active. The first measure was emergency family income for people in certain socially disadvantaged areas. Nearly 9 million people received this aid in the first stage of this emergency assistance. Then there was an emergency assistance program for production workers, where we subsidized household income, and not only income. We worked together with the owners of businesses who were very concerned. We were able to support 60% of the country's companies, the companies in this country, because the owners cooperated with the program. We provide subsidies so they could continue working, even though everything was closed. They could continue to keep, because the priority was to keep people on the payroll. And we also had to take responsibility through the beneficiaries of the Social Security system, retirees, the disabled, and so we had family support systems. So we also helped large numbers of the population that benefit from these systems in Argentina, where we have more than 400,000 beneficiaries. It's a program that covers the entire country. 4.5 million retirees were also reached by the program on a solidarity-based assistance programs. These were the emergency measures that we took. They've changed as time has gone by. Everyone knows, as has happened everywhere. Panel members the other panelists have said this. We needed to take other high priority measures, emergency measures as well. We believe that we were able to ward off a much worse consequences from this pandemic, and the state took a very active role, because the impact would have been much more dramatic, much more tragic. There would be many more deaths in the country if we had not. The fact is that the crisis affected us in every way, but it would have been much worse. I also wanted to make mention of the challenges of implementing the 2030 agenda. since 2020, we've been trying to get out of this situation of the emergency and the health emergency and continued with development because of the impact of poverty and the inequality gaps, the equality gaps. And of course, this requires developing coordinated, comprehensive public policies, including economic, social, environmental inclusion issues, which is an everyday situation for us and for everyone else. The environmental problems are becoming more and more complex every day, and clearly, as the other panelists have said as well, the Ministry of the Environment has been working. Of course, we need to provide the goals on the environment, but also carry out state policies for protection of the environment. The role of the state is important, as we know. In a situation of pandemic and public policies, everyone worked together, the Ministry of Health, Labor, keeping employment up, and also the social sectors. All of this, as I said, with the strategic approach that we've taken, decisions have been made. It's been hard to make decisions, to keep them in effect, to sustain our policies. The institutional measures have been taken. We will continue working, and because this continues to be a high priority situation. And we continue to target the SDGs. Civil society is doing everything it can. The public's productive measures, health measures, environmental measures all over the country are being supported by civil society. And because we all want to implement the agenda, these are the main challenges we face. Cross-cutting measures are what we've needed: health, production, environment, everything. But we as a country have these goals. This is what we hope to do, and we're aware of it every day. We keep it in the social media in coordination with. This type of interrelationship is extremely important with all the different organizations, because otherwise we could not produce positive outcomes in any other way. And of course, my time is up, I see. So I will close at this point. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Grau, for your thoughts, for the presence of your state, and because we saw how important it is to have multi-party participation and coordination of public policies with a territorial approach. We appreciate that. We are running late, as you know, so we are going to have to set aside the video message that we had received from Mr. Albert Ramdin, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Business and International Cooperation of Suriname. However, we will post it so all of you can see it later on. But unfortunately, we are running a bit too late at this point. There is another session still to come after this one, so we need to wrap up this meeting. This panel will need to shorten its time a little bit. We would be very grateful to the panelists who follow if you could limit your interventions to 5 minutes, which is what we had originally asked you to do. I would remind you of the question for the next group of countries that are just now connecting online. We would like you to reflect on the lessons we have learned from this crisis, but also these are countries that will be submitting their report for the first time, and therefore we would like you to, in your 5 minutes, to tell us how the development of the National Voluntary Report has helped you to visualize the changes that need to be made for post-pandemic cooperation that will help change and modify the development style that you are using, which is what Director Alfie was telling us about. So try to limit that, to revisit, we said to revisit our priorities, is what and adjust them, as he said. So now I will recognize Vince Anderson, Minister of Planning and Economic Development, Climate Resilience, Sustainable Energy and Renewable Energy of Dominica. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I want to thank you for the kind invitation to participate. I know that every country around the world, and especially in our region, in our hemisphere, Latin America and the Caribbean, faced with severe challenges brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic. But I just want to start by again reminding us of the peculiar challenges that small island developing states like Dominica and the rest of the Caribbean islands and those in the Pacific, the Indian Ocean, face due to the impact of climate change, because it is not possible to have an honest conversation about the 2030 agenda and attaining sustainable development goals without talking about the impact of climate change. And then we'll move to the lessons that I think that we have learned as a result of living with the COVID-19 pandemic. In the case of Dominica, we have been hit by two major hydrometeorological events, one in the last 10 years. In 2015, we were hit by Tropical Storm Erica, which wiped up about 90% of our GDP. And then as we were rebuilding, building back better, as it were, we were hit by Hurricane Maria, Category 5 hurricane, which wiped up 224% of our GDP. This affected our ability to pursue our SDGs in a dramatic way. The destruction to our infrastructure that supported our pursuit of the SDGs made it almost impossible to make progress. Fortunately for us, we're able to bounce back very quickly by ensuring that we can provide the kind of development that will help us to build resilience. And one of the key things that we did in response and in our efforts to rebuild is to create the Climate Resilience Agency of Dominica called CREED. So CREED is the entity, the authority in Dominica responsible for helping us to build climate resilience in pursuit of our goal of becoming the first climate resilient nation state. CREED so far has been able to assist us by developing a climate resilience recovery plan and also our national resilience development strategy. So these two documents set for us the blueprint for developing climate resilience and setting also very ambitious targets to ensure that we can withstand the impact of any major climate-related events, and if we get hit, that we can recover very quickly. So that is the main objectives of our efforts at building climate resilience. We must accept that in order for small island developing states to attain our SDGs, in order to attain our 2030 agenda goals, we need to build climate resilience. And this is why the pursuits that we have set out are ambitious, yes, but are important. And we're hoping that they will be capitalized more and more by support from our development partners. Let's move to where we are now. We've been living with a pandemic for the last 2 years, and that has brought severe pressures on our finances from central government. And especially considering that we are an island state that has a growing tourism sector. And I must say the pressure may be greater in some of our Caribbean islands than Dominica, since we do not depend that heavily as them on tourism. But all the same, we have seen a major impact. Now, at the same time, revenue has dropped. Economic activities have been slowed and sometimes they came to a halt at some point in the pandemic. But yet our expenditure continued. And I would say at some time even unabated. And there was it's not as if we had a choice, because we had to set the priority of of protecting lives, ensuring the health and safety of our people in order to continue pursuing our agenda of 2030. Some of the lessons learned, though, is that it's important to have a robust, responsive primary healthcare system to ensure that our people are healthy, obviously, and the promotion of healthy lifestyles, wellness, and all these things that we have been pursuing over the past decades become very important. And one of the things in Dominica that have really helped us is that we also have a very strong culture of vaccination. So primary healthcare, very close to the people in the communities. We have invested heavily in new facilities in all of the communities to ensure that access to healthcare is universal. So some of the lessons I think that we can take out of seeking to achieve our 2030 agenda, even at the time of a pandemic, is that if there are not strong enough institutions, national institutions, it is not possible for us to withstand the impact of the shocks brought about from outside, and in this case, in the pandemic. We also recognize that that education system must be responsive. And we found ourselves offering tuition to our students online. How do you achieve that if you do not have a robust telecommunication infrastructure that is island-wide, that is nationwide, and that is accessible and affordable? So these are some of the key lessons here. We have to ensure accessibility, universal access to telecommunications, and especially in the rural communities. And we implemented what is called special subsidized internet service, especially to the rural poor, to ensure that our children could access tuition, access learning online, we provide the necessary for students to pursue their studies online.
Disculpe, voy a tener que interrumpir al señor vicepresidente de El Salvador a retirarse y queríamos despedirlo y agradecer su participación en este panel.
We are going to have to cut your presentation short. I beg your pardon, because one of our panelists has to go catch his flight. So I'm terribly sorry for interrupting you, Minister. And we're going to ask you to please just go to the close, Mr. Henderson, and pardon me again.
Well, that's rather unusual, if I must say. I am stunned. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to continue. To be interrupted for someone to catch a flight, I think it's totally unacceptable, I must say, publicly for everyone to hear. I
apologize so much.
Yeah, but that's pretty unusual. I've never had that experience in my life, in having attended so many conferences, and too many, if I may say. But I think the final thing that I want to just run to in closing is the need for having energy security and food security as part of our goals we must seek to achieve. And in so doing, renewable energy presents to us an opportunity to generate power from indigenous sources. In the case of Dominica, our pursuits to develop geothermal energy will, in fact, in the next 3 years, provide for us almost universal supply of electricity from renewable energy sources. At the same time, we hope that we can build a more robust agriculture sector to ensure that we can attain food security, that we can ensure that we have the ability to supply our nation, our people, what is required without having to depend on supplies from outside. We saw what happened with the supply chain. We saw what happened with just moving goods from across the world. And therefore, there is even greater need for us to add value to our products to ensure that we can have a more integrated system with energy, food production, and to ensure that we can be more self-reliant as it were. Madam Chair, I thank you for the opportunity.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you for your comments. Minister Joseph, we truly appreciate you and apologize once again. And I'm going to now give the floor to our next speaker, Madam Joseph. Mr. Joseph, sorry, Minister for Foreign Affairs of St. Kitts and Nevis.
Thank you very much. I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Grenada.
Oh, sorry about the interpreter apologizes. The Minister of Foreign Affairs of Grenada. That was me. It's my error. Okay.
Yes, I know you are rushing for time, so I'll be very brief. To the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Ms. Alicia Bandasia, it's a pleasure to be participating in this forum. Thank you very much for the invitation. Achieving the 2030 agenda is particularly important to maintain levels of livelihoods that will take us not only through the forthcoming years, but indeed beyond 2030. More than anything, the COVID-19 pandemic has brought to the forefront and has exacerbated the challenges we face in the achievement of this ambitious phase. Nevertheless, we must face these challenges head-on to ensure that we achieve the goals that we have set ourselves, particularly as developing countries, as we move forward to 2030. The government of Grenada has outlined its people-centered National Sustainable Development Plan and medium-term agenda through which national development programs will be implemented. This is a strategic planning document over the period 2020 to 2035 to guide the work undertaken towards the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals and to ensure that the measures to socio-economic development and reduction of poverty are attainable priorities. Unfortunately, the advent of the COVID-19 pandemic shifted our priorities dramatically towards implementing measures to control the spread of the virus, towards equitable access to vaccine, addressing vaccine hesitancy, towards achieving herd immunity, and towards economic recovery. Reallocation of funding was necessary to address the pandemic, and this shift in budgetary allocation also meant a shift from emphasis on many of the programs implemented towards achieving successes in implementing the SDGs. Let me move straight on to the lessons learned. The recovery phase of the crisis opens a window of opportunity for renewed social cohesion. That's the first lesson. Secondly, equity is the key to a sustainable recovery. We cannot speak about sustainable recovery without speaking of equity. Thirdly, the government has placed equity and social cohesion at the center of its development agenda. Fourth, strong national institutions that people have confidence in. And that is the important factor here. People must have confidence in national institutions set up to address their needs. In our national voluntary review process, which will take place this year in 2022, we have been assisted by ECLAC, and I want to express our gratitude to ECLAC for developing the community of practices on the VNR for Latin America and the Caribbean in 2019. This has helped us tremendously. Also, I wish to express our profound appreciation to UNDP for the guidance in the preparation of our VNR. The process has been a consultative one. We continue to have consultation with all stakeholders as we prepare for our voluntary national review. Grenada looks forward to making this presentation and working towards the achievement of our 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. And these goals are in line with our National Sustainable Development Plan. I thank you.
Muchísimas gracias por su
Thank you so much, Minister Joseph of Grenada, and we do appreciate your comments. And thank you for staying within your time. I can't summarize what everyone has said, but I just want to say that I'm very impressed with the comments that have been made during this session. And basically, we need profound changes in our institutions that are aimed at the countries that are less resilient. And we need to better measure making sure that we have a good basis to be able to establish metrics for social policies and ecosystems, and with conservation at the heart. We need a society of care, as well as ECLAC has been stating. We need a long-term vision where policies that respond to emergencies are going to be tied to medium-term responses. So I'm going to now hand over the floor to the chair. Thank you, Cielo, for moderating this panel. It's a very important panel. So we can conclude that the 2030 Agenda is the roadmap. It's the objective that we should aim at attaining. Every country, it's this, we could say, the spinal column of what we do. Fulfilling the 2030 Agenda, as one colleague mentioned today, it depends on policies and the quality of the actions that are executed. That's why reports about fulfillment of the 2030 Agenda are so important, these voluntary reports, because as Uruguay said, we can see how we're doing. We can see if we're meeting each of the milestones. And this has to do, of course, with development and development in transition. How we reach each of these objectives in our own countries, what's left to do, and where should we focus our work. So these compliance reports also pose more challenges because we realize where our strengths and weaknesses lie. And it has been also said today, and this remains very clear, that in order to work on these challenges, we could only do that through collaboration and participatory processes, through partnerships and interinstitutional coordination, intersectoral coordination, public-private partnerships. Yesterday, there was a panel with the private sector, the business sector. We saw that without those public-private partnerships, we were just not going to achieve our goals. But it's also based on trust, the trust that we require among the different institutions, the stakeholders, to be able to continue to move forward. This is my mantra in Costa Rica. I always say we're going to work on green, sustainable, inclusive recovery with profound digital and technological transformation. It's the only way that we can get ahead. Thank you, members of the panel. Thank you, speakers. We're not going to open the floor to the delegations, given the lack of time, but it has been a great pleasure to moderate this table. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Les pedimos a todas y todos, por favor, que permanezcan.
So please, we request that you all stay in the room. We're now going to continue with the next panel. It's called Contribution of the UN System for Sustainable Development in Latin America and the Caribbean. And I'm going to ask the panelists to please come up to the stage. at this point in time.
Ah, qué bueno. Por favor. ¿Cómo estás, Eduardo? Lucho.
Qué gusto saludarlo. ¿Cómo me le va? ¿Cómo estás?
Vamos entonces a dar inicio.
So we're going to begin with our next panel. It's called Contributions of the System of the United Nations for Sustainable Development in Latin America and the Caribbean. It will be presided by Minister Rodolfo Solano, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Culture and Worship of Costa Rica. You have the floor, Minister. Thank you. Good afternoon to all of you. We're going to begin our next panel, Contribution of the United Nations Sustainable Development System in Latin America and the Caribbean. With us today at the main panel, we have Roberto Valent. He's Regional Direction for Latin America and the Caribbean for the UN Development Coordination Office. And we have with us today also Madame Bárcena, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, and Luis Felipe Lopez Alba, Regional Director of UN Latin America, Director for Latin America for UNDP, and as Vice Chairs as the ECLAC Commission. I'm going to now ask Roberto Valent from the United Nations Latin American Caribbean Development Coordination Office to moderate this session. Good morning. Good morning, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Culture and Worship of Costa Rica, Madame Bárcena, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, and Luis Felipe Regional Lopez, Regional Director of Latin America UNDP. And it's a great pleasure to be presiding over this important session, where we'll be presenting the system of the development system, or the development report, sorry, for this period of time. I'm going to give the floor to the chair of the regional platform for regional collaboration of the United Nations System for Latin America and the Caribbean, the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Madam Alicia Bárcenas.
Thank you and good afternoon, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. It is really an honor for me to be here speaking on behalf of the entire United Nations system, all the regional directors of the programs. It's been an honor for us to co-preside over this platform for the collaborative platform. And we are very excited to have reached this point in cooperation with all the different agents and organizations and programs that have been with us here today. Again, we are very grateful for that, and we are pleased to present this report very quickly. It's a results-based report, and what I want to remind you of, members of member states, that this is a response to the ECOSOC resolution that you yourselves approved, an important resolution of the Economic and Social Council, E/RES/74297 of July 2020, in which you asked the United Nations to carry out consultations, to hold consultations, so that the process would be transparent and inclusive, and it would cover all of the stakeholders, and that region by region we could figure out how to organize what we're doing for the United Nations, and of course that this also be done in close coordination with the regional economic commissions, such as ECLAC and our sister commissions in the other regions of the world. Of course, also in coordination with all of the development coordination offices, and Luis Felipe Lopez Calva, who represents UNDP for the region. They also asked us, of course, to coordinate in our activities from all standpoints, in operational terms. And it also, if we could closely coordinate with the new system of resident coordinators who are with us here today as well. Thank you so much for coming. And that if we could, and that perhaps we could coordinate better with the 25 offices of the resident coordinators, who, as I said, have been with us here today. The Secretary General submitted very specific recommendations, 5 recommendations that you yourselves approved. One of them was to create this collaborative platform, regional collaborative platform, so that in some sense we could find out what we're all doing, all of us, and avoid overlaps and duplication of effort, and instead seeking greater coordination and synergy. Another was to create knowledge management hubs. This was very important. And you've seen progress made here with the gateway that we've been talking about. We've been trying to make our knowledge systems available to all of you. And of course, to be able to work out a change, a process of changes measured by output, by management by results. And so there would be more transparency, and you could all see the system and how it works. In the fourth place, to launch a change management process to align all of our data and statistics systems, and finally to identify ways to improve our administrative services. We submitted a report to you today, as you are aware, and it's available on our website. This report is based on 3 very specific recommendations. on how to improve transparency, how to improve accountability for our agencies, and results-based management. What we have done, in short, is to align what the system does so that we can better support you as member states in your work for post-pandemic recovery. So this report focuses on the different areas where we have been able to contribute in order to support you as member countries to narrow these gaps, especially in terms of implementing the 2030 agenda, on which, as we have seen, we are falling very far behind. And what we did was to create some issue-based coalitions and working groups as well as joint interagency initiatives. So the report is based on what we do as the agencies. Of course, another thing we do is to try to link humanitarian issues to development issues and to a sense facilitate more effective coordination. Of course, what we also want is to develop knowledge results, which is important for all of you, facilitate our policy focus, develop, I would say, certain forms of interagency cooperation. As I explained already, a number of our agencies have coordinated together for many purposes, for education, for labor, for education, especially. We have done a great deal with UNESCO, all of us working together with FAO. And in this way, I think we have been able to have better consistency across the region and to align our agendas with your national agendas. Something very important that our platform covers is the cross-border issues and sub-regional issues. And this will be part of the collaborative platform, especially the comprehensive program for Northern Central America and Southern Mexico. So this is some of what the platform is doing. I would briefly like to describe some of the things that we are addressing together: climate change, resilience, crime, violence, equitable growth, financing for development, governance and institutions, and human mobility. Of course, we are also monitoring what happened at the Food Summit and what is soon to come in the area of cities, and especially on subjects such as the mainstreaming of gender issues. What progress have we made? Unquestionably, the whole group of programs and agencies, UNDP, ECLAC, there are nearly 20 of us. And of course, we have the policies department, the political affairs department of the United Nations. All of us together have been able to develop a regional vision and adopt some strategic positions that we hold in common, such as on priorities such as connectivity, digital inclusion, energy transition, food security, and of course gender equality. So the idea is to see how the issues are being addressed agency by agency so that we can participate with you, and especially to be able to lend our support to the resident coordinators and the country teams that are at work in every one of the nations. Also, an issue that we're very much interested in is linking what we do as a system to our intergovernmental bodies, such as this forum, this development forum, where we are here to give an accounting and to have you tell us what you see, whether you like, what you don't like, and also link up with all of the other agencies and their programs, such as the Statistics Conference of the Americas, which has been so important, and I am so glad that the chair of that conference is here with us, Marco Bolaño. And so that's what we're doing. We want all of the agencies to be involved in intergovernmental bodies. We have also made available what I would call an ECLAC stat, if you will. It's a linking up of statistics and data. It's an improved platform, and it now has an interface with geographic data, which makes it very important in order to get these data into a geo portal, which is a very important thing to do. And then the regional operations management teams, which the idea is that we can be more effective and efficient in the region and be able to save on resources for implementation. Finally, in my own case, as we say in Mexico, I'm here, I'm halfway here and halfway there. That's what we say in Mexico. We call it a lemon. You have one half here and one half there. You cut it down the middle. So I'm halfway through my presentation. That's the first half of the lemon. That's what we say in Mexico anyway. The issues we discussed in this report say that we've seen that the pandemic amplified the inequalities, economic, environmental, social, so many. So the inequalities have grown worse. Also, clearly, we've seen that the populations that most affected have been women, youth, migrants, refugees, Afro-descendant populations. So we have clearly focused on this very important concern issue about how the pandemic hit different populations disproportionately. And then the threat of a lost decade. It's a big risk, and we're facing it. And we're thinking about how we, all others together, as the United Nations system, can support you as countries to try to speed up your recovery, to develop better resilience, and in some sense to hold on to the achievements that were being made or that in past decades, and of course speed up the process. Our Assistant Secretary General said, yes, we need to continue to focus on the SDGs. The SDGs are still the roadmap that we're using. I will stop here and give the microphone to my colleague Luis Felipe Lopez Calvo. Thank you, Alicia. It's an honor to co-preside this regional platform with you. The Foreign Minister, the Assistant Foreign Ministry, and all of the regional coordinators of the agencies and programs that are with us today, and the resident coordinators, as I said, who are with us. Very briefly, I would like to make mention of some of the areas and the types of support that the regional platform has been able to deliver to the country teams and the member states through the country coordinators and through the regional initiatives. We have been emphasizing regionally, emphasizing cross-border issues that require a sub-regional approach or a multi-country approach. There have been specific initiatives in this direction. ECLAC led the development of work to eliminate the causes of the structural causes of out-migration from Central America. We have some initiatives in the area of the Chaco region. The idea here is to emphasize that type of issue and be a truly regional group. Another thing is to reinforce the system based on useful information for policy design, and in this sense to strengthen evidence-based policies and transform the experience of the institutions from programs and policies into useful experiences for economic policy, and to foster consistency in public policy. We did a number of projects in this direction. In the third place, to develop and consolidate regional agendas and support these agendas at the local level. And another function which is very important, which is that as the United Nations system, to have a communication strategy, a positioning strategy, and messaging, which important messages, and to have a narrative concerning the priorities and needs of the region in order to speak with one voice into the rest of the world. And then finally, as Alicia was saying, the gateway, we have the gateway, and the idea of which is to be an instrument for knowledge management and also potentially to protect capacities. We continue insisting that the system should develop strategic partnerships outside with civil society, with the private sector, or that groups that various countries would have developed among themselves in terms of the coalitions, the thematic coalitions we talked about, for example, on the subject of climate change and resilience. These are two things I would like to mention in particular. And disaster response. Oh, I seem to have gone behind. Yes, there have been some concrete initiatives. For example, the PDNA, which is the analysis, the post-disaster analysis that we do together jointly, and this has been very useful for working out a path toward recovery. We did this with the earthquake in Haiti, and of course, supporting the expansion of reporting on the Paris in response to the Paris Agreement. Crime and violence is another of the issue-based groups, and the idea is to strengthen specific and territorialized information in order to respond more effectively to this challenge that all of the countries are facing. And very specifically, the Spotlight Initiative, which has developed interventions to reduce violence against women and girls. In the area of equitable growth, there are a couple of points I would like to mention. First of all, to agree on a vision on the importance of universal protection systems with specific characteristics, and to support the countries in implementing these. And this is particularly important. This was especially important in the context of COVID, and something else it became visible with COVID, but there's also a structural issue, which is to have a strict structural response to care systems, so that women can take a more active role in the labor market and can have a greater impact on early child development. We created an issue-based group more recently on financing for development, and the idea there is to support the countries and help them figure out not only the financing gaps they're experiencing, but also develop specific instruments so that they can gain access to the areas where the most of greatest stress sub-regionally with respect to financial sustainability in meeting the ODGs as the SDGs, rather, as Alicia was saying, and this is a very important subject. Governance and institutions, we have had very specific interventions to support the countries and help them shed light on the greater visibility to issues of corruption, because it's a widespread concern by the entire citizenry, and also have UNC teams to give to build more trust among the public. Another issue is human mobility, transportation, where we've seen the global impact for safe migration and regularized migration, but also such issues as campaigns to reduce xenophobia about migrants, to try to promote access to rights for those who are being affected by human mobility, and to fight misinformation about migration, which is something that tends to lead to negative perceptions about migrants. Something else very important, we have two other cross-cutting issues which are covered by all of the thematic groups, the thematic working groups. So again, these are cross-cutting issues. One is gender and empowerment, economic empowerment for women and girls. And again, this cuts across all the areas of action. And the other one is youth, where we've got a strategy to try to bring young men and women into the work with a focus not only on advocacy, but also action regarding the issue of the SDGs, but also to see young men and young women as subjects who need to be protected and become and be more visible as we work toward the SDGs. There are 3 areas I would like to, that were added during the course of this year. One has to do with food systems. This, we work very actively and closely in a process led by FAO, and also we received a great deal of cooperation with the food, with the WFP and other agencies of the system. Another one is urbanization, that is sustainable cities, territorialization in general, and how we can urbanize intelligently. And then the other cross-cutting issue is HIV/AIDS, where there is a working group that has been very active in fields of discrimination, greater visibility for programs for HIV/AIDS, and so forth. I will close with 2 final slides. One is what's next, and the other one is how next. We have a document where together we set out our priorities for the areas of action in the upcoming term. We defined the following. First of all, we have the issue of social inequality, economic inequalities, which is a structural issue that we have mentioned repeatedly in our discussions in the past few days. It's a structural quality of our region, and we need to continue understanding it as an essential problem, not just rules, regulations, but also instruments. The next is social inequalities, which goes beyond mere income considerations. It's horizontal, it covers many groups throughout the territory, and in some sense, these are inequalities that have serious implications for economic status or growth. Then there are the environmental challenges. We've already seen that climate action can be a story of equitable development, successful development, if it is done correctly. Continue to work on strengthening weak governance systems, the effective institutions, transparency, accountability, and finally, supporting key transitions in connectivity, energy use, and food systems. So these are the priorities. Next question is how to do it. What are some general principles for the work by the agencies, organizations, and programs in the countries and the country teams? First of all, to pay very close attention to real demands, which can change at a time of uncertainty. So we need to be able to understand what the needs are and respond to them, and do so dynamically, actively responding to the actual context. The next one is to continue insisting that our role and our initiatives are cross borders and are sub-regional, which sometimes are difficult to address when you're working only with a national team, a country team, but it requires coordination by multiple country teams. Then we need to continue insisting on advocacy and communication to defend the principles that define us as the United Nations and that have been agreed to by the member states as we move toward achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, and continue working very actively with other organizations, the regional intergovernmental organizations that are already in existence and that can make our work more effective if we all work together more closely, because we want to deliver results effectively. And then finally, to continue as a regional platform, we want to continue to being a two-way bridge between the global to the national and the national to the local, and have the local level feedback into global discussions. So this is a declaration of intentions. We are very aware. We've been meeting all of these last few days with the resident coordinators. We are very much aware, and the Deputy Secretary General, the Assistant Deputy Secretary General said this, we have much to do if we hope to meet the goals we have set for ourselves, but we are working in that direction, as Alicia Bárcena also said, to fulfill the resolutions that you give us as mandates as member states. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Alicia Bárcena and Fernando López Calva
for
this overview
on
the regional work that has been done throughout Latin America and the Caribbean. And in their roles as resident coordinators. It's important to complement this framework and to endeavor always to propel it, take to the next level. So I'm going to now give the floor to the countries for comments to the delegations. I see that Mexico is asking for the floor. And then after, let's see, Uruguay. Mexico and then Uruguay.
Muchísimas gracias. Gracias por la presentación.
Thank you for your presentation.
La propuesta tiene aspectos muy positivos.
Now, they're very positive aspects in your proposal.
En términos de una estructura que ayude a
when you mention the need that it's a structure to coordinate with support from the United Nations in order to work towards fulfillment of the SDGs in each country and to attain the 2030 agenda in each country, because it's different. It's implemented differently in each country, interpreted differently. We can say that it's a common horizon that which we all agreed to embark on. So I think that this is very important because it makes us speak about issues that are key not only for the 2030 agenda, but beyond. We're thinking about that fatal date. I don't want to use the word. I know it's fatal, but it's looming up ahead. And given the circumstances and timeframes and the fact that we're thinking beyond. So what are the key issues that we can explore together as a result of this platform? Well, two were mentioned already. They're mentioned here. Systems of care. This has been a central theme these days here at the conference. And then energy transition. Let me just explain myself. Energy transitions in plural. And then third, which I think is worth exploring, because it's circular economies that are intertwined with both, specifically energy transition. And we have to be able to address this, given the place, the different chains and value chains that our countries occupy. So it's an opportunity. So what perspective can we approach these affairs with? Well, on the one hand, perspectives that will help us understand that our responsibilities and experience in the past, possibilities, actions and aspirations, most of all, must be differentiated, not only within our region, but with regards to the countries that we share, that share the same problems as we do, and as high income and low income countries as well. If we don't work together in differentiated issues, we will not foster that transition that we want, that will be fair and will be feasible. So this could be a platform to foster, to explore that further. So I'm going to just leave it there. There are opportunities. It offers opportunities to work together in a way that's more fine-tuned, we can say,
issues that we are addressing now that are being proposed in our country, and that we need to learn from our past experience. So thank you. And those are my comments. Thank you so much, Mexico. I'm going to give the floor now to the delegation of Cuba.
Excelentísimo Canciller.
Your Excellency, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Executive Secretary Bárcena. The delegation of Cuba would like to thank you for your presentation of your report on the platform of on the system-wide results report of the Regional Collaborative Platform. We're very satisfied to say that this regional forum has been an excellent example as to how the UN systems and the states can work consistently and to be able to move forward to attain the SDGs. Now, every year, I think that our cooperation grows broader among the different organizations and programs and our regional commission, always within the UN system for development. And so we'd like to acknowledge you for the efforts made in improving the efficacy of the support you provide to the countries of the region. Specifically, the work that you executed in 2021 that for many countries in the region was even more difficult than the beginning of the pandemic. The UN systems has responded in a very positive and timely manner to the pandemic through the immediate socioeconomic response plan and there's now a bigger task at hand to rebuild damages caused by the pandemic in a resilient manner, and that it continues to impact, affecting our development and patterns and preventing us from effectively achieving the 2030 objectives. And within, nonetheless, we would not be able to work or attain this without help from the UN. And so working together with the United Nations and the benefit of Cuba and the and cooperation for other countries through triangular participation and cooperation. So Cuba has support that's covering 2024, that covers up to 2024, that is coordinated with the socioeconomic development of the 2030 and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. So these frameworks include 4 expected results, their priority areas, and they include support from 24 agencies and funds and programs from the UN countries. ECLAC is the head of the Economic Commission, which has provided resources to Cuba. In 2020, in order to face the pandemic, a response plan for COVID was elaborated through PEJO and the WHO, as well as the Office of the President Coordinator in Cuba, to mobilize resources to support national efforts to acquire input, equipment, and protective equipment and food as well, in addition to helping Cuba to develop vaccines against COVID. We hope that the excellent work that you have done will continue at a national, regional, and international level, and that the regional Latin American and Caribbean cooperation platform will continue to be strengthened and contribute to the needs of our countries with a multilateral perspective, and always with the aim of complying with attaining the 2030 development agenda. Now, Sustainable Development Agenda, we hope that the UN system will always contribute to attaining these goals. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a usted. Veo que no hay otras intervenciones.
I see that there are no other comments. So I'm going to give the floor to Luis Felipe López Alba to be able to respond to the comments. I'd like to thank all of the comments that have been made on behalf of the platform. In addition, they give us more reasons to continue our work, and they serve as a guide. So your comments about energy transition and differentiated work within each context is well tied to being able to address specific contexts and the demands at hand and attain the best impact, and how to attain the best impact in the different countries. So thank you, Cuba, and thank you for your motivating words to motivate us in continuing our work. So we are continuously building upon this platform, and that's why we plan to continue to work closely with the different countries and interagency initiatives. So thank you once again, and we will continue to be committed to strengthening this because it is for you, for your development objectives. Thank you, member states. Thank you, Regional Director of the UNDP and Vice Chair of the Regional Collaborative Platform. I'm going to give the floor now to Madam Alicia Bárcenas, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, to member states and colleagues. I think that what we're seeking here as part of the UN system is a dialogue with you, the countries, because Mexico is very clearly developing 3 topics that we want the agencies to address. And we spoke with Maria Noel and many others to be able to work on the system of care, which is very important, especially with that idea of the society of care beyond just economic terms. It means we're looking at this with other lenses beyond the economic, looking at the social side. We want to know what you think about this. Energy transition is another issue that we've addressed, and we want to move forward with that. Even perhaps just placing some figures on this. How much does energy transition cost? How many jobs can be created? And I think we could plan this in an organized fashion. And something that's emerging that I think has to do with cities and rural areas and industry is what was just decided upon on Nairobi in eliminating plastic. There's a whole realm of industrialization. And so thank you. This helps us, this motivates us, it allows us to better understand what can be done. You also mentioned interregional cooperation. We spoke about that yesterday, how we can cooperate with Asia Pacific, Europe, and other regions throughout the world, or the Arab countries as well. So interregional cooperation is very important as well. What is of concern as a system is how do we shed more light on Latin America and the Caribbean globally? How do we put the spotlight on it? And we spoke about that. It's not just how we see each other, but how can we give more strength to our regional positions? And to respond to Cuba, I wanted to thank you because you always guide us. Cuba is always a great coordinator, and they always provide excellent feedback, helping us to always improve. And this forum, as I said, belongs to you, Latin American and Caribbean countries. You created it. It's been a very interesting opportunity to share experiences and discuss among the different resident coordinators, agencies, together with you, either here in the hallways, online, but what it does is help us just be more effective and collaborate and coordinate better. As you said, dear delegate, during a very complex year, because we're presenting a report that goes back to 2021, where many activities, I would say most activities were virtual. But despite that, we still grew, and we were able to redirect our capacities and continue to move forward. And you have reiterated the importance of the 2030 agenda, of the SDGs, cooperation. And why is it so important? Because the the executors are here. You who present your voluntary reports, you know where the strengths and weaknesses lie, and that helps the system overall. Sometimes it's hard to represent 20 agencies, funds, and programs. I know that we did not do it perfectly, but we're raising the voice of the system, and we thank you. And just mention that we hope to revisit this, be able to meet again at this meeting in the future, and enrich this discussion even further. So thank you, Roberto Valent. We also have to thank the Regional Office for Development Coordination. So remember, this is your reform. We're going to review this in June or July, and just to gauge where we stand. So if you could read the report, that would be important to continue to provide guidance and let us know where the system can improve. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia. We will certainly miss you a great deal. It's an honor to be able to recognize the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Worship, Mr. Rodolfo Solano Quiros, so he can begin his closing comments for this event. Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank Alicia, thank Luis Felipe, and thank all the delegations. We need to recognize and emphasize that the vice presidents of this platform who have just delivered their first report, because last time they were just presenting it, but it's a very significant contribution for us to point clearly to where we stand and how we can progress more effectively. Along these lines, the coordinated work of the activities of the development system for the United Nations and all its agencies, its funds, its organizations, its programs have been absolutely critical for guaranteeing that this work would be fruitful and, above all, that we would all work together. We cannot continue to work in isolation. It's also very important to note that the support and coordination with the country team, the United Nations country teams, and with the resident coordinators who are with us today is crucial. I would like to note today that if there is anything we can conclude from all this, it is that there is a pressing need for the member states to make better use of the facilities and capacities that the resident coordinator offices have, and the representatives themselves, the coordinators and the agencies, and the UN agencies. The UN agencies have demonstrated that at times of greater complexity, they are able to take action. They can give timely answers. They respond effectively to the needs of the states. They have that capacity, and I would invite all of the member states to rediscover these capacities, the valuable capacities that the UN system has. In order to take advantage of the United Nations system, you don't need to go to New York. In order to make use of the United Nations for our citizens, it's enough to simply make a local telephone call to our agencies, because they are ours, the ones that are set up and working right in our territories. At a time like this, where COVID has had an unprecedented impact on all of our countries, the coordinated support of the United Nations for our countries has proven to be more than enough. They've gone the extra mile. We need to rely on the United Nations in order to develop a truly regional strategic vision that is forward-looking at all times, so that together we can develop common positions concerning the emerging priorities that are affecting our populations. As we have said in the past 3 days, repeatedly. If you don't measure it, you don't see it. And so we want to especially express our gratitude for the efforts being made to implement transparency, and especially to generate knowledge, opening up opportunities for exchange and communication and shortening distances, such as the collaborative platform. We rely on the United Nations to continue speeding the implementation of the 2030 Agenda in this region. We have said it before and we'll say it again. Starting right now, every day that goes by is one less day until that deadline comes. The clearest roadmap we have for recovery is to cooperate, to exercise solidarity, and to work together in joint efforts. We hope that the next report will be able to reinforce this cycle of exchange and cooperation. And of course, we trust that during this year, 2022, we will continue our efforts to support the countries so that we can all achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you very much. And I will now recognize the head of protocol to proceed with the next activity.
Muchas gracias, señor ministro.
Thank you, Minister Solano.
Corresponde a continuación atender el punto del temario.
The next item for us to address has to do with the reading of the Civil Society Declaration. So I will recognize the Foreign Minister who will lead this activity. Thank you. As we all know, last Sunday, March 6th, using virtual technologies, a meeting was held of civil society of Latin America and the Caribbean. And in advance of the 5th Forum of the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on sustainable development. Everyone knows how key the role of civil society is for implementing the 2030 Agenda. This is why I would like to invite also Laura Hernandez Perez, who will use virtual technologies to join us today. She represents the civil society mechanism, and she will share with us the conclusions drawn in that event. Laura, please proceed.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Bueno, daré inicio a la declaración como sociedad civil.
We'll now begin the Civil Society Declaration. In the framework of the 4th Forum of the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on sustainable development, the mechanism for civil society participation in Latin America and the Caribbean for sustainable development developed a process of broad-based consultation targeting the SDGs being reviewed this year, and especially from the perspective adopted by the UN, in the sense that the agenda needs to be comprehensive and indivisible. We identified challenges and proposals for contributing to the progress of the 2030 Agenda in the countries of the region, with the expectation of improving the effective dialogue with our governments for a qualitative contribution as we look ahead to a new social contract with social justice. Therefore, the mechanism for civil society participation associated with ECLAC reiterates its demand that we move from 2 dialogues to a single dialogue with the governments. Therefore, we ask that the next forum of countries of Latin America and the Caribbean allow the preliminary reports submitted by the countries as voluntary reports include the parallel reports that shed greater light and that are developed by the social organizations in the countries. In the same direction of building an effective dialogue, we would also ask that civil society be included in the preliminary discussions on the final document of the forum. The mechanism for civil society participation has clearly demonstrated in every one of the country forums that Latin America and the Caribbean is already experiencing economic stagnation and stagnation of all of the social, environmental, labor, and indicators, including access to fundamental rights. And that was the case even before COVID-19 arose and placed even greater obstacles in front of our attempt to achieve the sustainable development objectives of the 2030 Agenda. The current development model is eroded. It's reached the end of its usefulness. We urgently need a new social contract that recognizes the protection of life, promotes human rights, centralizes recovery of the planet's health and decent work. All of these as state policies. Again, the conditions were already in effect before the pandemic, including poverty, extreme poverty, exclusion, unequal labor conditions, violations of human rights, informal labor, environmental degradation, the extraction-based model in the region, unworthy living conditions for people who are vulnerable, and the pandemic worsened the economic recession, crisis in the health system, the education system, the vocational training systems, and the situation of migrants, of refugees, of child workers, teenage workers, indigenous groups, Afro-descendant populations, people with HIV and sex workers, informal workers, those who live in shanty towns, those who are self-employed, those who do household, the domestic work, and who work in the informal economy. We are only 8 years shy of the 2030 Agenda, and there's no doubt that multilateralism, international cooperation for development, the regional organizations, and the nation states have not fulfilled the agreements they signed, and they have not given the answers needed to the worldwide crisis triggered by the COVID-19 pandemic, nor have they been able to implement the public policies needed for achieving the goals of the Sustainable Development Goals. We continue to be concerned about the continuity of neoliberal policies and adjustment policies adopted by most of the countries in the region, which unquestionably will hinder the achievement of the SDGs. In order to speed up the compliance of the 2030 Agenda, we absolutely need a radical change in the action of governments in the implementation of new production and development models that will guarantee human rights. We have seen that the deficit of indicators, the lack of indicators, and the absence of data that are broken down enough to be able to plan concrete measures, equitable measures, under a holistic perspective that is intercultural and intersectional. We are deeply concerned as we observe the progress of corporate interests that threaten to have a clear impact without any democratic standing on the multilateral system of the United Nations and the modalities for implementing the 2030 Agenda. With respect to SDG 4, guarantee equitable, inclusive, high-quality education and promote opportunities for lifelong learning for everyone, our main messages are these. Bearing in mind the situation of poverty and inequality in the region and considering the impact of COVID-19, it is essential to reinforce public education as a fundamental human right from infancy and throughout and lifelong, including the elderly. It is important to guarantee this right at all levels that are obligatory, ensuring high quality lifelong education from birth to higher education. This includes university education and guaranteeing that it is free, high quality, affordable, and ensure the budget necessary. Education needs to be understood as a public good that has free access from a lay perspective and is lifelong and guarantees access to education at every stage of life without considering migratory status, economic status, ethnic group, creed, sexual preference, age group, gender, or any other type of discrimination, including people who are incarcerated. We advocate for an intercultural, emancipatory, transformative, non-patriarchal, decolonizing, anti-racist, intercultural agenda that includes active participation by the entire educational community. Considering the situation of the pandemic and the particular needs of the knowledge society, we need to decide to strengthen community radio stations, and access to internet as a human right, and guarantee regional balance and broad coverage in terms of connectivity, equipment, and digital competence without discrimination. Effective access to connectivity as a right needs to be considered a public good by the states, with a guarantee concerning sovereignty of content, free access for schools and public areas, non-profit, free of monitoring or intrusion in the private life of each person. It is essential to carry out fiscal reforms that will lessen the degree of regressiveness of current tax schemes in the region and increase the share of the national budget that is used for education. The countries need to comply with official development assistance included in the framework of the Incheon Declaration. It is in this framework that the countries of our region undertook to allocate and comply at least 6% of the GDP and 20% of the national budget to education. Supplementary policies that will help guarantee the human right to education focus on universal social protection, promotion of universal basic income as a citizen right, and support that focuses on women-headed households or single-parent households. We ask for compliance with sexual and integrated education and make progress in the normative institutional framework for addressing discrimination, human rights violations, all types of violence, and policies that put an end to gender violence and that particularly affect refugee women, Afro-descendant and indigenous women, sex workers, rural women, LGBTQ plus women, migrant women, and those who have disabilities. To recognize and support the different forms of education in the communities and in the villages, the ancestral knowledge, and relationship with nature, community, and ongoing dialogue with the different peoples and communities involved. It is necessary to continue measures to stimulate school education for children and adolescents with family income transfers associated with school attendance and comprehensive sex education that promote rights as a fundamental strategy for promoting gender equity and respecting sexual diversity and prevent unplanned teen pregnancy, obstetric violence, and child marriage and child sex abuse. Because of the humanitarian crisis of migration, children and teenagers who are migrants need to have their right to education respected. With respect to SDG 5, achieve equality among genders and empowered girls and women. We claim promotion and effective application of inclusive policies that do not leave women behind and that also include sex workers, domestic workers, especially those who are informal, women with disabilities, women who are migrants or displaced or indigenous, women in the trans collective. All of these groups have been excluded. It's become worse during the pandemic, and the countries and governments need to attach high priority to it. Demand that the states attach priority to investments in the care economy, elimination of the gender wage gap, and promotion of employment for girls and women of all kinds. We reassert the 5R framework for care workers of the ILO, recognize, reduce, and redistribute unremunerated care work. We also urge ratification of ILO Convention 189 to sanction and comply with labor laws in the countries. It is urgent to recognize and guarantee rights for all workers. Informal workers, community workers, social economy, solidarity economy, and the self-employed, including those who do sex work. Understanding that there are many types of violence, both individual and collective, and we demand that all of the countries ratify ILO Convention 190 on violence and harassment and adopt measures to protect women and girls from the human rights perspective oriented toward reducing gender-based violence, which implies investment in prevention and care, including free legal counsel and effective justice. The states must generate the mechanisms needed to obtain statistics and data on the different forms of violence against girls and women, especially those who live in situations of great vulnerability, such as the indigenous populations, the Afro-descendants, people with disabilities, migrants, sexual diversity, and others. In recognition of the continuing leadership of women, despite the great limits they have because of their care work, It is essential to guarantee indigenous and tribal peoples, farm women, rural producing women, and grassroots women to be included and involved in projects that target them, from planning all the way to implementation and final evaluation, and to establish ILO Convention 169 to guarantee their welfare. With respect to SDG 14, conserve and make sustainable use of the oceans, seas, and marine resources for sustainable development, and SDG 15, sustainably manage forests, fight desertification, stop and reverse degradation of land, loss of biodiversity. So the civil society mechanism for sustainable development asserts that climate change disproportionately affects groups that are already marginalized and people who live in the developing countries because of the lack of social, technological, and financial resources to be adopted. Degradation of the oceans, seas, marine resources, as well as land ecosystems is the result of an imbalanced relationship under the current system regarding Mother Earth in the framework of the capitalist system that promotes poverty. The crisis and impacts of the pandemic must serve to place as priorities the great threats against life and the environmental crisis, and reinforce its true linkage to the disputes concerning the production model and consumption, which exists all over the planet. Climate actions must be promoted by a just transition towards sustainable societies and economies to ensure an inclusive approach and sustainable solutions. Inaction by the governments and the continuing business practices unquestionably will push more people into poverty. It is essential to set in motion a different development model that revolves around socio and environmental justice, and to change the model of relationships to generate and strengthen experiences that lead to demercantilization of nature, deprivatization, democratization, and decentralization in the management of common goods. We reiterate the importance of the regional agreement on access to information, public participation, and access to justice in environmental affairs in Latin America and the Caribbean, the Escazú Agreement, the only environmental and human rights agreement in Latin America to arise in light of the Rio Plus 20 summit, the first one in the world that contains a guarantee to protect people and organizations that defend human rights and environmental rights. We request immediate ratification of the Escazú Agreement by the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean that have not yet done so, and we advocate for a national regulatory reforms and regional regulatory reforms for effective implementation. The governments of the region must ensure the adaptation and economic compensation for losses and damage, generating policies to prevent, minimize, and address displacement of persons by the climate crisis. There is a serious need for financing and access to technology transfer to tackle climate change based on the principles of justice, transparency, and decisions made democratically to change the production and consumption model. We also need sanctions and expulsions of companies that damage or contaminate the earth, that the states must refrain from granting subsidies and facilities for the development of extraction projects, and instead strengthen environmental oversight agencies and give them enough budget and political support to do their job. We demand that the states apply conventions, treaties, and declarations that they have adopted regarding the production of the land, territories, and natural resources that they own, and to guarantee the right of communities and people to live a full and peaceful life. The free, prior, and informed consultation in communities where the territories, lands, and seas are being used must be mandatory for companies and governments that want to develop any extractive project, recognizing their contribution and their knowledge for preventing or reducing risk. The governments need to recognize and attach greater value to the knowledge of indigenous peoples for conserving biodiversity and the environment, and to work together with the communities to design and implement mitigation plans and adaptation plans at the national and local levels. Promote the institutionalization and mainstreaming of gender approaches, interculturality, intergenerational approaches, intersectional approaches, and individual and collective rights in state policies that address climate change and disasters. By raising awareness and providing training for public officers, including teachers and guaranteeing the allocation of specific budgets. With respect to SDG 17, inclusive partnerships, we recommend today there is a need for a radical change, implementation of the new social contract. That is to say, a new paradigm for development that guarantees human rights, labor rights, environmental and cultural rights, and speeding up compliance with the 2030 agenda. We demand that the governments of Latin America and the Caribbean bolster a multilateral governance system based on solidarity, beginning with universal, equitable access to COVID-19 vaccines. Building partnerships requires a change of behavior by parties, by the market, and by civil society. State and multilateral stakeholders must implement commitments to reform development cooperation. Regarding development cooperation, state and multilateral players must implement concrete commitments that are binding and that are based on solidarity and overcoming the imbalance among countries and peoples. We draw attention to the growing processes of privatization of aid and cooperation and the South-South cooperation trend. It's as we have, similar to what we have mentioned in traditional North-South cooperation, together with increased development assistance, we request that they comply with commitments for development cooperation and the South-South cooperation agenda. It is essential for financial institutions and agencies of the UN to support the states, the countries that are considered that are expelling their people, and to reduce the causes of forced immigration, displacement, and migration, which includes reducing violence of all kinds and ensuring health services on an equal footing for all of the population of the country. Finally, the states must recognize the role of social dialogue as a means to define and implement policies that are equitable and sustainable for recovery. We reiterate that the transformative progress of the SDGs can never be achieved without a fully participatory and active civil society that is fully recognized and incorporated into the development processes. And this is the responsibility of current governments. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias a Laura Hernández Pérez,
Thank you, Laura Hernandez Perez. She's the representative of the civil society mechanism and participatory mechanism. And what you've mentioned is invaluable. We'll definitely continue to ensure the active participation of our civil societies nonetheless. So we'll proceed now to move to the next segment, and we're going to address the conclusions and recommendations agreed upon the governments at the Fifth Forum of the Latin American and Caribbean for Sustainable Development. So, as chair of ECLAC, I will proceed with the presentation of the conclusions and recommendations agreed upon by the states here at the Fifth Forum of Latin America and Caribbean in San Jose, Costa Rica. So, ladies and gentlemen, on February 8th of this year, this chair distributed to the permanent missions of the Latin American and Caribbean states, members of this forum, before the UN in New York, the conclusions and recommendations that have been agreed upon in an intergovernmental manner. The document was elaborated based on the agreed upon language and the conclusions and recommendations of the Fourth Forum, and based on the report of ECLAC for this Fifth Forum on Sustainable Development, considering necessary updates on events and processes in the future within the framework of the 2030 Agenda, as well as the Sustainable Development Objectives that are under review this year. So, informal consultation processes were held with member states on March 10th, February 10th, 11th, 14th, and 18th of February. At the last reading, the total compilation was presented at referendum. Then we placed the text under a procedure of silence on Wednesday, February 23rd. After the conclusions had been stated, the agreed upon conclusions agreed upon on an intergovernmental level, they were submitted to the member states of the Latin American and Caribbean on sustainable development. So since there was no objection, and if we all agree, it is hereby approved.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. Dear friends, this document is proof of the progressive and regional coordination of the implementation and follow-up of the 2030 agenda, and for an inclusive recovery that's sustainable and resilient as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. We have to note the commitment of the entire region to all the sustainable development objectives, as well as the importance of assessing the status of those that were now under review at this high-level political forum. In this regards, we thank the contributions of the fifth progressional report towards the 2030 agenda. Our region acknowledges the continuous impact of the pandemic on the most vulnerable groups and states the importance of social protection, including work including unpaid and paid care, access to the internet, connectivity, and digital inclusion for reduction of digital gaps visible in education and gender, but that were particularly accentuated under the impact of COVID-19. We also acknowledge the urgency, the urgent crisis that the planet faces as a result of biodiversity and climate change crisis, and as a result of the Conference of the Parties and its conclusions in Glasgow, including the Glasgow Climate Agreement and the Declaration of Leaders on Forest and Use of Land, as well as the appeal, the so-called rules books of the Paris Agreement, and the call to fulfill with funding mechanisms for their expeditious implementation. The text also focuses the vulnerability, environmental and climate vulnerability of Latin America and the Caribbean, and welcomes the potential development of a multidimensional vulnerability index for small island developing states, as well as the high-level panel that will work towards a proposal for this index by December 2022, where dear representatives of our region, where our dear representatives of the region will participate. We highlight our commitment with the different processes of reviewing framework agreements for sustainable development and the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction, the new urban agenda, the Samoa pathway for HEATS, and the Vienna program. And we urge states to participate actively and add that we appropriate these opportunities. So with regards to the Sendai framework, we note the importance of developing tools for dynamic management of risk that is ever more complex. We consider interconnection of its causes, various consequences, and high costs that may burden our countries and trap them into cycles of emergency response and detain sustainable development progress. The region welcomes Resolution 48/13 of the Human Rights Council that acknowledges the right to a clean, sustainable, and healthy environment as a human right and as essential for the enjoyment of all rights, all human rights. We also call for the participation of the first conference of the parties of the Escazú Agreement that will be held in a few weeks. This will be an invaluable opportunity to be able to delve deeper into the regional work to defend and protect human rights linked to the environment. We also welcome the permanent forum for Afro-descendants and the Afro-descendant community, which mentioned its commitment to the region in eradication of racism, xenophobia, gender intolerance, and racial intolerance as well. Pardon me. We hope that the forum will contribute to the enjoyment of the rights of all African-descendant communities in a social, economic, and other areas without discrimination of human rights. We also welcome the Regional Conference of South-South Cooperation of Latin America and the Caribbean, which was established to strengthen stability and improve the efficacy of South-South institutional cooperation in the region. We hope that their first session, which will be held in 2023, to establish a successful pathway for an excellent session. So, dear friends, we'd like to thank the emphasis that the conclusions and recommendations have been made on ECLEC, that ECLEC has made throughout the year to promote and develop a renewed cooperation agenda for Latin America and the Caribbean that will foster opportunities and innovative instruments, sustainable differentiators towards equitable sustainable development. So this meant many parallel meetings, multidimensional development metrics, and renewal discussions and development banks with the new agenda for funding development for recovery of Latin America and the Caribbean, as well as the publication of reports, an innovative program for funding and development for recovery of Latin America and the Caribbean, the response of development banks to COVID-19 and their role to sustainable recovery, and economic perspectives of Latin America, LEO 2021, working together for a better recovery, emphasizing the evolution of the critical situation, access to funding for development, and the relevance of development and transition that considers renewed cooperation for our region to mostly composed of middle-income, high-income countries, and those who have surpassed the threshold of middle-income countries but retain structural gaps for its development, to be able to foster their progress in fulfilling the SDGs and transition towards sustainable development. We thank profoundly the collaborative spirit of all of the delegations, and we are happy that our region will again be present at a high-level forum and will submit a solid, substantial, and pertinent document to address the regional and global challenges ahead. I cannot conclude without emphasizing my profound appreciation to the entire region and to my dear Alicia Bárcena, who for 2 decades gave her heart and spirit and everything she had to be able to contribute to the progress of Latin America and the Caribbean.
Muchas gracias, canciller.
Reconocemos.
We acknowledge her transformational legacy She is the first woman to be executive secretary of this economic commission, of our economic commission. We should all feel extremely proud of the impact of ECLAC under her leadership in the understanding and evolution of sustainable development, which leaves us better positioned to face today's and tomorrow's challenges. Our best wishes go to you, Ms. Barcena, for your projects. This, dear Alicia, will always be your home. Thank you.
Listo, lo voy a hacer de aquí. Ay, mamacita.
Quisiera seguidamente
I'd like to now continue
la palabra si alguna delegación
with comments from any of the delegations. If not, we will continue with the program. And let's sign the conclusions that I just read with a strong applause from the plenary. And I was told I had to do this with the mallet. Thank you. Next, we will begin our last segment, which is the closing ceremony. And today, the first division of CEPAL of ECLAC is here. Lucho, Alicia, Raul, and Mario. So warm applause for them as well. They're the administrative team, we can say, who are done tremendous work these past few months. Please. Thank you, Minister. So we're going to close this meeting of the forum. And without further ado, our host, chair, and leader of the process, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Costa Rica, Rodolfo Solano, has the floor for his closing remarks.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, delegates, friends. During these next 3 days of hard work, we have shared plenty of information, data, diagnostics, concerns, experiences, ideas, innovations, proposals, and dreams. Now, I'm not going to summarize the richness and complexity of our debates. For this, we're going to, the corresponding report will ensue. But I'd like you to leave this forum with 12 key concepts that have arisen from this meeting and that I would like to share with you. The first one being to foster peace, dialogue, and active participation as a route to sustainable development and development paradigms based on extraction without sustainability and accumulation, unlimited accumulation, are just not sustainable. A scaled up expense of military expense will topple sustainable development instead of ensuring a route of well-being, protection of ecosystems, survival of human beings as a species, and a promising future for new generations. 2, we want to shorten the gaps and asymmetries, these broad gaps and asymmetries among the different countries and within the countries as well, the economic, social, and environmental, with specific attention to health, gender, that should be health and gender, which should be addressed urgently. 3rd, innovative funding. Access to funding is key for Latin America and the Caribbean to be able to reverse the crisis. liquidity must be redistributed from the developed countries to the developing ones. We need appropriate instruments that will consider the extent of the pandemic, environmental, gender, and equity issues, and vulnerabilities, as well as the resilience or need of for resilience of our countries and populations. 4, cooperation transition. Transition to development is a gradual process. There are always challenges, so it's not as appropriate as a result to speak of graduation, but rather degradation. And our countries cannot be left out of cooperation, and they can't be left without cooperation access to concessional funds. For this reason, development must be measured in a multidimensional manner and with structural gaps, vulnerabilities of each country considered. Recovery. Given the urgent needs, we cannot bow down to temptation of any economic recovery, but one that is transformational, science-based, sustainable, green and blue, inclusive, fair, innovatively. 6, biodiversity. Our region has a large number of marine and terrestrial ecosystems, but we need to make this real value of nature more visible and the services it provides and its undeniable contribution to sustainable development. 7, climate change. Human beings' actions on the planet is one of the greatest threats to international security and our survival. Latin America and the Caribbean is highly vulnerable to climate change and natural disasters. This is particularly dramatic for Central America and the Caribbean. 8, new social and economic covenants. For recovery to be sustainable, we need to generate or develop new common intersectoral agreements through participation and dialogue that creates social cohesion and prosperity and legitimizes democracy and the full exercise of human rights. Special attention should be given to territories and local communities based on their contexts. Gender equality, autonomy and empowerment of women and girls are essential conditions, including access to education, technology, and digitization, in order to advance towards more equitable, inclusive model of development. 10, the society of care. We need to encourage caring societies and move from a culture of privilege and exclusion to a society of collective responsibility. Together with the collective care of children and the elderly, in addition to people facing vulnerable situations as members of a community and our planet, our common home. Regional integration. We need greater political dialogue, agreements, cooperation, and above all, unify our voice among the international community to find solutions for the benefit of the populations with the vision towards a future well-being and dignified life with a pragmatic focus, but one that is not less ambition for that reason. 12, new multilateralism. We aspire to a new global compact, a unified response from the international community that puts sustainable development first and includes the reconfiguration of international financial architecture. Dear friends, this meeting or forum is an example of how we can take advantage of the United Nations platforms and use our voice to bring together our concerns and priorities that, as a region. ECLAC is a privileged opportunity for its invaluable technical input and rigorous analysis, within the framework of which we promote an agenda that responds to the consensus we have attained on how we imagine this is our sustainable, inclusive, innovative, and resilient future. The last 2 years, as president or chair, Costa Rica has placed fundamental issues and a roadmap on the table that unites us in consensus. We hope to continue to foster dialogue and a dialogue we initiated, and we support and request new leaderships to fulfill the call for collective and sustained action and achieve a true change of era. Today, we say farewell to our partner, work friend, our dear Alicia. In this struggle for the well-being of Latin America and the Caribbean, she's a friend, and we can even say an accomplice. The legacy we have built with her, which is an invaluable asset of our region, must always be developed and put into practice. I cannot end without stating my most sincere appreciation of the entire ECLAC team and the team from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Costa Rica. If you could please stand, dear friends, friends from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and ECLAC, from the ushers to the technical teams to you.
Por favor. Orgullosamente el equipo de Casa Amarilla es mayoritariamente femenino y eso.
And there's so many women present, and that fills me with great pride and tranquility and peace of mind as minister. Okay, I'd like to thank all of you for your hard work. This is, after 2 years of not being able to meet on site, this has been a hard task. And it's amazing from the stage, you can see how the delegates move from table to table, because in a multilateral arena, this really leads to this ineffable explanation of what is done in diplomacy. And it's wonderful to know that diplomacy is the best expression of public service. So thank you to all of you for coming to Costa Rica, your colleagues, fellow ministers. Thank you for answering or for responding to our invitation. And remember, it's not goodbye, it's see you soon. We will continue to work. Pura vida.
Me corresponde
my task
la más difícil tarea que me ha tocado
to do the hardest thing I've had to do
en 14 años de trabajar con
over the
Alicia
14 years I've been working with Alicia Bárcena,
que es darle la palabra
which is to
por última vez
give her the floor for the last time in an intergovernmental forum.
Decirles, como secretaria ejecutiva de la CEPAL,
and speaking, that is, as Executive Secretary of ECLAC, I'm speaking on behalf of Mario Chimoli, the directors who are with us, the colleagues, all of you. It has been truly an honor and a privilege to work shoulder to shoulder with Alicia Bárcena. This is a hard job for me to tell you this, but you have the floor for the last time. You have colleagues in Santiago who are at the office right now, and I am certain that they are with us and they share my very strong feelings. As I say to you, the Executive Secretary of ECLAC has the floor to close the 50th Forum of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development.
¿Qué hacemos?
What am I supposed to do? My goodness.
Ahora sí que digo alemán, qué bárbaro es. Bueno, pues sí, así es.
But that's the way it
Querido
is.
canciller Rodolfo Solano,
Minister of Foreign Affairs, Rodolfo Solano, national authorities, ministers, members of the diplomatic corps, colleagues from the United Nations, resident coordinators of civil society, colleagues from ECLAC, friends, ladies and gentlemen. This closes our 5th Forum on Sustainable Development, and it has been unique for many reasons. Unquestionably, one of them is the intensity of exchanges. Let me tell you, speaking for myself, I'm about to pass out right here because there are so many emotions. It's so intense. But even more than that, it's been a very important testimony to the interest and commitment by government, civil society, private sector, academia, all of you who have taken part in these intense discussions for the past 3 days. It had been such a long time since we had been able to see each other in person. The fact is, we need this. We need the warmth of being together. This warm community that is built in the hallways and in the meeting room. These moments, they cannot be, you can't buy this. The many occasions that we've got together, to give each other a hug, to give each other a greeting, to share our personal worlds. And I have to say, we have missed it so deeply. And thank you, truly, thank you. And thank you to President Carlos Alvarado. Thank you to the people of Costa Rica for your hospitality, your affection, for receiving this forum so effectively and so successfully. And you've done it twice in a row now. Mr. Minister, you were talking just about the Yellow House, which is the foreign ministry. My first office in Costa Rica was 100 meters west or south or some direction from the foreign ministry that you call the Yellow House, 2 streets away from the foreign ministry. So we were neighbors. We were neighbors. That's where the Mexican embassy is. And I have to tell you, this work, it's been wonderful to work with you, Foreign Ministry, Mr. Minister, and your wonderful team that are with us today and that have been with us for these past 2 years. Adriana Bolaños, Kristen Guillermet, Rodrigo Carazo, Adriana Morillo, so many of you, Veronica Garcia, of course, so many people that we've been able to work closely with over these past 2 years. In this country that I love so much, I'm closing out my cycle of 14 years with ECLAC, which has been my greatest pride. Every human cycle marked by light, by shadows, by joys, by sorrows, and sometimes failure. When you take the final balance, these are the things that warm your heart and give you such satisfaction. I think that there are very few places such as this one where I can say today goodbye and we'll see each other again. I have to say that for me, it has given me great pride to be here. And I have to say that in this place, in this forum, 1,200 people took part. 1,200 people have been here. Around 600 were here physically, in person. Try to understand how important it is to have this place to be together. And I can say with pride that we had the United Nations. The United Nations, all of it is here. Cooperation agencies, international organizations, the private sector, friends, vice president, friends who came here to say goodbye to me and to the forum, but not to the forum. The forum will still be here. I'm the one who's leaving. 21 ministers have been here. Thank you so much. It's been wonderful. And I also want to recognize someone else who was with me, Amina Mohammed, at such a difficult time in human history. I would say that, as Carlos Monsiváis said, one of the most brightest minds we've had with us said, and I think today it's especially relevant, he said how difficult it is to have any certainty at a time such as this. First of all, the concern about this endless pandemic. To that, we have added the horror of a conflict whose impact is impossible to measure. Monsiváis also said something that it's odd to say it, but either I understand what's happening, or I no longer, or what I understood has already happened. You never seem to catch up. We've been here. We have this document, these long days that you summarized so clearly, Mr. Minister. I won't talk more about that because you've already discussed it. So all I want to do at this point is thank you. Thank civil society, because your voice has always been present with us, and you always remind us that we cannot. You keep saying we want to be included, we want to be heard, we want to take part in our delegation and all the discussion. This is what Laura Hernandez told us so clearly, and it's true, because that is the dialogue that we want. And the importance that we attach to this meeting. Today, in this closing ceremony, we talked about education, and you know that I I received an award from Costa Rica, something that is very dear to me, from Juan Mora Fernandez today, who today in the Forum on Education, we mentioned, the panelists were talking about how important public, free, high-quality education is, and he was the one in Costa Rica who made the first decision for high-quality education. This was in 1824. He was so far ahead of his time, and the award you gave me bears his name. It's the Juan Mora Fernandez Award. I carry him in my heart, and also the medal. I have to remember that I received a beautiful medal from him. I want to tell you that how pleasant, how wonderful it's been to be here. So exciting, so much emotion, so many feelings. I have to tell you, this has been extraordinary for me. 14 years. 14 years. And I have to say that the young woman that I was a long time ago acquired very early an awareness, a consciousness of what I saw before me. And this is where that light, where I lit that candle of rebelliousness. And here I am today with my children. This candle is still burning after all these years, and I hope I have been able to pass it along to others, to infect others with that sense of rebelliousness. Today, first of all, I want to thank my team at ECLAC. The minister already did this, but I want to name them if I may. Take a few minutes, because all of these people have faces. They have faces, they have names, and they've all done so much. I want to thank Mario Chimoli, Raul Garcia, Luis Yanez, and I want to tell all of you, today more than ever before, I want to tell my team, Perez, who's not here, Javier Porcile, who helped me so much with this document on the decade for action faced with a change of era. The directors of ECLAC who are here, Jan Quarles, Diane Quarles, there you are, the Caribbean First. Anna Westless from the Gender Division. You're standing up. Goodness, I didn't have you all stand up together, but one by one perhaps. And also dear Janet Sanchez, Asieno Morales, Jose Luis Amaniego, Rolando Campo, Alberto Arenas, Simone Cecchini. What a team! Can you believe it? And of course, we have Hugo Beteta, Sally Shaw, and your wonderful team, the publication team. I want to recognize Gerardo Mendoza, who was also around there somewhere. Where are you, Gerardo? Ah, there you are, yes. Luis Yanez's team, Nena Arias, Luis Flores, Karen Fasek. What a team! What a team! It's Enrique Oviedo, Maria Eugenia Barossi. I also want you to know that my whole team is here. Roman Sivi, Roman. Excuse me, but without Roman, I would be nothing. Vera Keys, Bianca Yaga, Andres Benninger, Alejandro Magnon, Bianca. I already named you, right? Well, two is good. Nucia Caporito, Mareike, the press team, Guido Camus, Marianella, Ilanut, Christian Solis, Anna. I never get your name right. I'm sorry, Anna. But you're Anna. To me, you're Anna. And the conference team, Maria Eugenia, of course. Maria Eugenia Johnson, Alejandro Ledesma, Alejandro Morales, the interpreters, all of you have been so good, and you put up with us these long hours, especially when we take off talking as fast as we can. Thank you for all of your hard work and dedication. The STIX team, the ITC team, you've been wonderful. You have made it possible for this team to be held virtually. Pedro Espinosa, Patricia Albornoz, Jose Miguel Villanueva, Rafael Guerra. What a challenge. I don't know how you did it. And the security team. Where are you? Well, they're outside providing security. So Ricardo Freitas led the team. Thank you so much. And of course, you, colleagues from the United Nations, directors, regional directors, Aldi Lopez Calva. And today, at this time, as we always, you know me, I always do this. I always need to quote Galeano. Once again, Galeano, because when we say equality and we say justice and we say tomorrow, I always remember one of his essential statements. Galeano said there are so many rights but they do not include the right to dream. It's a fundamental right without which our poor hope would die of hunger. If dreams do not make it possible for us to anticipate a new world, a different world, if fantasy did not make it possible to exercise the miracle that human beings need to keep their eyes far above infamy, what can we expect? What can we hope for? What can we love? Because ultimately, you love the world based on the certainty that this world, this sometimes sad world, which sometimes becomes a field of conflict, contains that other world, that possible world. And this, friends, is our job today as a generation. We need to discover this new possible world. Thank you.
Bueno, de este modo concluye el
Completes the fifth forum, and I would invite all of you to a cocktail reception down around the pool in about half an hour so we can have a drink together in honor of this very moving session. Thank you.